Please remove them. We have an extra large crowd this evening, and so some people are being held downstairs in overflow. After our awards presentations this morning or this afternoon, we will take a brief recess to allow the awardees to leave and to allow people in overflow to come up. But for now, if there's an empty seat next to you, please take your belongings off the seat, hold them in your lap, and if everybody standing would take one of those empty seats. Thank you. We've given instructions to allow people to bring their signs. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'll begin today's meeting by asking Board Member Lee Wong to make a general announcement for our guests.
Thank you, President Wilkerson. Good evening. At every Board of Education meeting, a representative from the Deaf Hearing Communication Center is here to provide sign language interpretation of the proceedings. Representatives from the Office of Family and Community Engagement are stationed in the lobby to help with interpretation services. The proceedings of this meeting are being streamed live on the internet at www.philasd.org/live and can be seen on PSTV's Comcast Channel 52 and Verizon Fios Channel 20. The proceedings are also being recorded by the School District of Philadelphia. The school district's recordings are protected by the copyright laws of the United States and may not be used in any manner without the express written consent of the school district. By participating in tonight's meeting, members of the public acknowledge that the school district may use its recordings for any purpose without obtaining permission or paying any compensation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. This evening, we'll start the meeting with a performance by a group of students from Franklin Learning Center. They call themselves Universal Language and are directed by Colin Sharp and Michelle Frank.
Silver platter, and what good would it be? We are Universal Language from Franklin Aaron Center. We have one more song for you guys to really mess up. One of your favorites. If you know any of these songs, please sing along with us. Or not. What she said. Pretty sure y'all know all the songs.
We are family.
Thank you for being here this evening and for performing for us. Let's give Universal Language another round of applause. That was wonderful. Before we begin tonight's roll call, I'd like to make a few comments. First, on behalf of the board, I want to thank Governor Wolf for putting forward a more than $1 billion plan to remediate existing toxins in schools, daycare centers, homes, and public water systems across Pennsylvania. The governor's plan, which he announced yesterday, would be a deeply needed step forward for Philadelphia and for districts across the state which are struggling with the same environmental hazards we're feeling so deeply here. I want to thank our many elected and the community partners, both here and in Harrisburg, who've been advocating tirelessly to bring these critical dollars to our schools and school communities. This is not the end of the process. I believe the governor will be making his budget address next week, but it's a positive step forward, and want to thank everybody who's been involved thus far, and looking forward to partnering with you as we continue to press for adequate funding for our schools. I'd also like to share that on Monday I represented the board and the district at a gathering of local education leaders who've come together to advocate for crucial changes in our state's outdated charter school law. This group of over 30 local districts spanning our 5-county region has come together to form LEARN, Leaders for Educational Accountability and Reform Network. LEARN is calling upon our state lawmakers to improve the accountability and oversight of charter schools in Pennsylvania and to fix the unequal way that charter schools are funded. We join our neighbors in this call on Harrisburg and are hopeful that this moment, as districts across the state join together in this call, will finally be the moment that we get the change we so desperately need in our charter school law. We'll now begin tonight's business with roll call. Ms. Rout, please make an announcement about the board's executive session and then call the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. The Board of Education met earlier today in executive session to discuss privilege and confidential matters, personnel and employment matters, expulsion matters, charter school matters, labor relations issues, quasi-judicial charter school matters, and the following litigation or threatened litigation. Aspira Inc. of PA versus School District of Philadelphia, U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, number 2:19-CV-4415. This case alleges breach of contract and procedural due process violation. A claim by Leah DeRusso alleging personal injury caused by asbestos exposure. That does not have a number. Pagan et al. Versus School District of Philadelphia et al., U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, number 19-CV-05799, alleging personal injury relating to exposure to lead paint. Philadelphia Federation of Teachers and Jerry Jordan versus School District of Philadelphia et al., Philadelphia County Court of Common Pleas, number 200102262, alleging violations of Constitution and statute and promises regarding facilities testing, maintenance, and protocols. And Chester Community Charter School versus Chester Upland School District, Delaware County Court of Common Pleas, number 2012-009781. This is a receivership proceeding involving a revised financial recovery plan. And now for the roll call, Ms. Danzy.
Ms. Danzy?
Ms. Danzy, are you here? Thank you. Ms. Ahea Hinton?
Present.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Present.
Mr. Huang?
Here.
Dr. McColgan?
Here.
Dr. McGinley?
Here.
Dr. McIver?
Present.
Vice President Walker?
Here.
Thank you. Vice President Walker is participating by phone. President Wilkerson?
Here.
Superintendent Height?
Present.
Ms. Ibrahim?
Present.
And Mr. Williams?
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rout. Board members, before we proceed, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the November 21st and December 12th action meetings?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, board members. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. The minutes are adopted. Before I invite Dr. Height to give his opening remarks, I'd like to recognize some tremendous students and educators in our audience this evening. We'd like to begin this special recognition portion of our meeting by first honoring our Office Depot Seniors of the Month. And I invite Adam Northam, the Director of Internal Communications, to the podium and ask that you please introduce our seniors.
All right. Thank you very, very much. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I am Adam Northam. Okay, thank you. Is that better? All right. Good evening, everyone. All right. So now, this part of the meeting is a party, so we're going to loosen up, we're going to shake it off, and then we're going to try that again, okay? So, good evening, everyone. Good evening. All right, that's a lot better. My name is Adam Northam. I'm the Director of Internal Communications with the school district. I'm thrilled to be here this evening to celebrate with you our incredible, outstanding Seniors of the Month. These Seniors of the Month are from October through this month, January. Before I get to the thank yous, though, I owe a few additional thank yous. I want to say thank you to the communications team and Chief Catherine Block. This is a team that's dedicated to proclaiming the positives of our district. And this team leads the charge to celebrate outstanding teachers, outstanding employees, outstanding students, and it's something that we are very, very proud of. And so they're leading this Student and Teacher of the Month effort, as well as additional recognition efforts, and I'm blessed to be a part of that team. So thank you, communications team. I want to say a special thank you to our Senior and Teacher of the Month Selection Committee. So this is a group of our colleagues that represent departments throughout the district, and this is a fantastic group of people, and so many of them are here in the audience today. So if you're here, Jenny, Catherine, Elizabeth, Sequoia, Donna, Karen, Deb, and Tyler, if any of you are here, just raise your hand. I want to say a special thank you to you. Yes. Every month, this group reads and analyzes dozens of nominations that come in from principals and teachers and counselors all over the school district, and they do an excellent job. They do it with fidelity. They do it with an eye towards equity, and their track record has been pretty excellent so far, as you'll see over the next few minutes. And finally, I do a special thank you to the board. I want to say thank you so much for celebrating with us and for letting us use this time to celebrate our teachers and our students. So thank you very much. The goal of the Student of the Month initiative is to seek out students who are exemplars of dedication, passion, and commitment to education, and also to other people. Over the past couple of months, I've had the honor of spending a good quality time with these students, digging into their lives a little bit, learning more about them, learning about what motivates them, what inspires them, and I've seen some pretty fascinating trends among these students. These students are selfless and other-focused. They have this tendency to put other people before themselves. They each have a plan for their lives. They're very forward-thinking. But they're also mature enough to be able to make adjustments when things don't go as planned. We've told a lot of stories about that. And they embrace mentorship, which seems like a very special thing. They've each benefited from a generous mentor, and now most of them have chosen to sacrifice their time to mentor other people. In this group of students that you're about to meet, you have future doctors, future principals, future computer scientists, graphic designers, future artists, but most importantly, you have future world changers, and so we're thrilled to present them this evening. So without further ado, we're going to show some love to these students, but I have some help, as you can see. It's not just the district that's interested in celebrating these amazing students. Education is a team effort. It takes collaboration. And as you all know, the City of Philadelphia, they are one of our most important collaborators. And so to help us recognize these students, we have the City of Philadelphia's Chief Education Officer, Otis Hackney, here to help present these awards. Thank you for being here, Mr. Hackney. Okay. So here we go. We'll start with the Seniors of the Month for October, all right? From Swinson Arts and Tech, Liliana Mariquinos Fernandez. Students, come on up. Come on up, Liliana. Each of the Office Depot Students of the Month is going to be presented with a $500 check that they can use towards their education moving forward. So when the students come up, stay standing up there. We'll take individual photos and then. Absolutely. We'll take individual photos, and then we'll take a group photo once everybody's been called. And if we can have the nominators and the teachers for these students to come up as well. So Ms. Gallen, could you come on up? Thank you. And Ms. Langston, if you're here. Principal Langston, come on up. Okay. And the second senior of the month for October, from Mastbaum, Ashley Maldonado. Come on up, Ashley. Ashley was nominated by her teacher, Ms. Torres, who's also going to come on up with her. Our seniors of the month for November. First off, from Roxborough, Malik and Jerry Mosquito. Come on up, Malik. Malik was nominated by his teacher, Miss Debbie Bender. Congratulations, Malik. And from Franklin Learning Center, Jennifer Rojas Sandoval. Come on up, Jennifer. Congratulations, Jennifer. Jennifer was nominated by her teacher, Ms. Christine Garvey. Okay, for December, from Science Leadership Academy, Horace Ryans. Horace was nominated by his teacher and advisor, John Camel, and his principal is also here, Mr. Lehman, sorry. Come on up. Congratulations, Horace. Second student of the month, senior of the month for December, from Academy at Palumbo, Charles Blaine. Charles was nominated by his teacher, Caitlin Kay. Congratulations, Charles. And our seniors of the month for January, from West Philadelphia High School, Maya Bloom. And from South Philadelphia High School, come on up. I have to admit, I'm sorry, I forgot her name. And from South Philadelphia, High School, Cybree Cofield. Cybree here. Cybree was nominated by teacher Nicole Monsalud. Congratulations, Cybree. We're extremely excited for the future of these students. We're going to get a group shot of all of them with the board and with Dr. Hyden and with Mr. Hackney. Just stand where you are. We hope that all of you will take a look at our blog on the school district. These students have been featured on our blog. They're also featured on our social media. And keep track of these students. They're going to do amazing, amazing things. Amazing things. So let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you all. You can return to your seats. You're good. Okay. And with that, I'll hand it back to Ms. Wilkerson.
Thank you. Let's give another round of applause to our Office Depot Students of the Month. We're also excited to recognize our Office Depot Teachers of the Month this evening. Let's take a moment to watch this brief video introducing these teachers.
Not only are you an advocate for your sixth graders, but you open your class up to the rest of the school as a battle. She always talks about all of you as being some of the best and most capable students. And for that, we just thank you and want to recognize you. So once again, congratulations.
Thank you. Oh my God. Listen, this is my first year at this school and the experience has been phenomenal. I have a great group of administrators that I'm working with and I guess under your tutelage. So I appreciate it and it's good to be recognized and I cannot say how grateful I am.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, pens and pencils. I want to sit that down, and I just want to. It's so nice to meet you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much.
You get it up for your teacher.
But we also have another surprise for you. So, is our other visitor here?
Congratulations.
Oh, that's fine.
What class is this?
This is chemistry.
This is chemistry. The students, can we give your teacher another round of applause?
Good evening, everyone. And after having the opportunity to recognize the Students of the Month, can we give the students one more round of applause, please? Thanks. It is because of the individuals I'm about to introduce and the thousands of teachers who are working with their children every day that we're able to recognize the types of students that were recognized in front of you today. So it is my pleasure to introduce our Teachers of the Month for October, November, December, and January. And afterwards, I'm going to also introduce, we will introduce a National Board certified teachers as well. As you could see, I had the honor of visiting each of these Teachers of the Month in their classrooms, in their schools. And we want to take this time to recognize those individuals. First and foremost, from Harding Middle School, Devantina Addison White. Who's here? Come on up. From Middle Years Alternative, Mary Ellen Stevens from Middle Years Alternative. Mary Ellen. From Furnace High School, Octavia Blunt. Octavia. And from Frankfurt High School, and she's not able to join us this evening, but Marcel Reynolds, and we will acknowledge her in her absence. So we're going to take a photo with these wonderful Teachers of the Month and board members. We will ask you to walk around this time so that we can get everyone in the picture.
Thank you, Dr. Height. Let's give our Office Depot Teachers of the Month another round of applause. And then I've asked Dr. McGinley to introduce our next round of presentations.
Thank you. We also have a group with us of distinguished teachers who have recently earned a renewed national board certification. And this is an incredible accomplishment, and the people who have done this have devoted hundreds, if not thousands of hours to pursuing this certification. And I just really want to thank them for the hard work that they do and for the example that they set for the profession and for all of our colleagues in the school district. And at this time, I'd like to invite Meredith Miera, Deputy Chief of Schools for Teaching and Learning, to the podium to introduce this year's honorees. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Meredith Miera, and I lead the Office of Teaching and Learning here with the school district. And I'm honored to be with you this evening to recognize the incredible achievement of our teachers who have earned the designation of being National Board Certified. Tonight, we celebrate 18 teachers who have certified for the first time and 6 teachers who have renewed their certification. The National Board's mission is to advance the quality of teaching and learning through a voluntary advanced certification. That vision is inspired by the model from other professions, where board certification symbolizes accomplished practice, both within the profession and in the larger community. In the School District of Philadelphia, one of our core values is that our schools are learning organizations. We believe it's vital to model the benefits of lifelong learning, and the National Board Certified teachers that we honor today exemplify that core value. I would also like to recognize our National Board Certified teachers with us today who have chosen to give back and mentor others. Your mentoring of colleagues through their candidacy speaks to the sense of shared responsibility that you have about supporting the growth of your peers. We are grateful for your commitment to the professional learning of colleagues across the district. The supports offered to teachers interested in becoming board certified would not be possible without the partnership among the School District of Philadelphia, the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers, Temple University, the William Penn Foundation, and the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards. I would like to thank all of the individuals who are here today who have also served on our steering committee, which has guided this incredibly important work. Congratulations to each of you, and thank you for your commitment to your own development, to our students, and to the School District of Philadelphia. For our teachers being honored this evening, you will be called up, and we're going to ask you to first make a stop over here where my colleague and I will give you a certificate and some goodies, and then you will kindly wait up here in line for a photograph at the end. So please join me in celebrating our National Board Certified teachers this evening.
The newly certified National Board Certified teachers, Teresa Albers, Overbrook Elementary. Maria Barnett, Northeast High School. Mary Catherine Bechtold, Lee Elementary. Tess Briggs, Mitchell Elementary. Heather Chiminello, Bache Martin. Tracy DiCristofaro, Sheridan. Christine Schaefer, Sheridan. Linda Foxworth, Girard Academic Music Program, GAMP. Pearl Jonas, Science Leadership Academy. Fabricia Joseph Sullivan. Megan McCabe, Academy at Palumbo. Natalie Mikachuk, Ben Franklin Elementary. I'm sorry, Natalia Mikachuk. Deborah Roman, Dobson. Melissa Chebekas, Shawmont. Asia Hunley, Central Office Early Childhood Department. Now, for the individuals who renewed their National Board certification. Catherine Naughton Napali, Penn Alexander. Marianne Maluski Moscow, Penn Alexander. It's a trifecta from Penn Alexander. Melissa Trusty, Penn Alexander. And then we have several others that I'm not sure are here with us, but we want to recognize them anyway. Joanne Buckley, Silas Cohen. Absolutely. Sarah Duenas de Burgos. Christopher Taranta Masterman. Meredith McDonald Furness. Shelley McKeon Lowell. And Lisa Waters, Penn Alexander. Can we all recognize our Nationally Board certified and renewals, please? Congratulations. Stand up behind.
Let's give one final round of applause to all our special honorees this evening. We're going to take a brief pause. Our honorees may not want to wait around for the entire board meeting, and we understand. And then we have people downstairs in the overflow area, and we'll be bringing them up as seating opportunities are created. So we'll take a brief pause. Thank you. Dr. Height, it's now time for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to begin this evening by addressing some of the concerns about the environmental conditions of our school buildings. The health and safety of our students and staff are our top priorities. Children cannot learn and educators cannot work at their fullest potential if the school communities are not safe, healthy, welcoming environments. That's why we've been so focused on our environmental safety improvement plan that we announced in November and on accelerated inspections and work in schools. There's also a lot of information and, quite frankly, a lot of fear, and rightfully so, about asbestos in our schools. And I understand that. So I wanted to share some facts about asbestos and the work we're doing to make sure schools are safe for students and staff. So if I could call everyone's attention to the screen, it is clear to all of us that our school district is dealing with a very serious and complex challenge of managing its aging school buildings. We have a lot of old school buildings. Our school staff cannot do their best work, and our students cannot learn at their highest levels if they are constantly concerned about the environmental conditions. It will take all of us across the city and across the Commonwealth working together to deal with this very complex issue and provide all of our students and staff members with the healthy schools they deserve. Asbestos is commonly used because it is durable, chemical, heat, fire resistant, plentiful, and inexpensive. In other words, it is widespread. And it is commonly used in thousands of products before 1980. Unfortunately, most of our buildings were built before 1980. And so there are some 700,000 buildings across the country that have asbestos-containing material. This includes buildings many of us are in on a daily basis. So to better understand the challenge, there are 5 numbers we all need to know. We have more than 200 school buildings, half of which are more than 70 years old, and some are as old as 120 years old. Before 1978, asbestos and lead paint were commonly used in construction. So given the age of our schools, about 80% of them were built using asbestos or lead paint. Just like with people, as buildings age, they need more care and maintenance. I know I do. So, I didn't look at you. I didn't look at you, George. The reality is that our district, like most school districts across the country, have old buildings that have been underfunded over a long period of time. That means that we do not have the resources, money, or manpower, or people power, if you will, we want and need to perform all the repairs our buildings need to do all the things that we all want to do in support of our students and our staff members. We have had to postpone about $4.5 billion worth of basic repairs to our schools. We simply can't spend that money if we don't have it. We are also often asked why we don't just remove all of the asbestos or tear down all of these old schools and build new ones with modern spaces we want for all of our students and staff. In order to completely renovate and modernize our schools and replace those that are beyond repair, it's a large-scale construction and renovation projects would have to occur, not just over the summer, but during the school year with students and staff in the building. It would require long-term displacement, tens of thousands of students at once in a city with very limited school-appropriate relocation sites available. However, we are working on that as well. And it would cost an additional $3 billion. Clearly, this challenge is a large and complex one. There's no quick fix. Solving it completely will take time and significantly more funding and resources than we currently have. And we'll talk later about what we can all do to help advocate for those dollars and the resources needed. But now it's important that we all understand what's been done to manage environmental conditions in our schools. And let's start with asbestos. Without question, we would prefer that no asbestos was present in any Philadelphia school in any neighborhood. However, until then, we are focused on, over a period of time, removing asbestos from all occupied areas that are occupied by students and staff members in every school and every neighborhood. It will take significant time and resources and lots of conversations about how to approach this work, but this is work that we all care about and should be invested in. So I want to emphasize that we have had a comprehensive approach to addressing this issue. On 120, so first of all, we advocate for $125 million in additional funding. That's dedicated funding. $10 million of that for the next 5 years would be focused on removing all asbestos from student and staff occupied areas in every school. Another $15 million for the next 5 years would be needed in order to remove all lead paint and certify every school lead safe. We've also created an environmental safety plan as we introduced back in November. And we want our current operating practices and protocols to be aligned to the city standards, the EPA standards, which are and the city standards are actually more stringent than the EPA. We also want to do work with the PFT to further enhance our operating practices and our protocols as they are with the side-by-side testing that occurs. So we have our environmental safety plan, and it's important to talk about progress that we've made up to date. So current round of 6-month AHERA inspections, 23 have been completed. We stopped those for a period of time to just review that process. They have been restarted now, and we plan to continue doing those on a biannual basis. We have facility area coordinators and principals who conducted visual inspections of every school. This was to complete and identify areas that were suspected to be imminent hazards. Continuous environmental safety refresher training for all of our building engineers, our facility area coordinators, and our assistant superintendents. That is ongoing work, but those trainings have begun. And we have engaged world-renowned experts to give us and help share information about this, like Dr. Arthur Frank. And we want to develop, and we are working to get better and better at this, disciplined communication about the process for construction and the environmental efforts, and continuous efforts to hire additional external resources and internal resources to support our current capital construction and environmental projects. We'll also add that in last year's budget, Madam President, as you recall, we added $40 million, and that allowed us to add positions and add resources to address this issue. Since the beginning of this school year, we've spent another $19 million on these environmental issues. And we understand and will continue to do this work until we have addressed and solved all of these, which leads me into some comments that you made earlier, Madam President, and I'd also like to make a few comments on the plan Governor Wolf proposed yesterday that would direct $1 billion in state funding to help remediate lead and asbestos in schools around the Commonwealth. This plan would provide our school districts and many others with much needed funding to address the pressing environmental and structural needs of our schools. As we saw in the slide deck just a few minutes ago, half of our buildings are more than 70 years old, and 80% of them were built when the use of lead, paint, and asbestos was common. So there is a serious need for resources that will address the concerns that accompany aging buildings. So I look forward to work with my colleagues across the Commonwealth and with our elected officials, both in the city and in Harrisburg, to help advance a final state budget that provides Pennsylvania's public school students with high-quality, environmentally safe schools and the ones that they deserve. I also want to discuss how the district is working to support the mental health needs of our students. And I know we have several young people here in the organization Youth United for Change here today. Thank you for being here this evening. We recognize that without access to proper mental health supports and services, students have a harder time succeeding. That's why we've worked for years to make the mental health of our students a priority. Shortly, you will hear about a proposal that the city has introduced that will provide more services to our schools. Much of this work is completed in partnership with other organizations and city departments, because this work is bigger than just us here at the district. Since the fall, the district has been working with the group Youth United for Change and with others on ways to address mental health supports for students. We are supportive of the recommendations that YUC suggested, and we continue to engage with young people so that their voices on this topic are heard. The message is clear. Students want to feel supported and want to know about the resources in their schools to address their mental and behavioral health needs. As a result, we have made available to students, teachers, counselors, and principals a list of mental health resources in each part of the city. We continue to distribute this list so that everyone knows what's available and where they can go when they need assistance. The district also continues to seek student input on social emotional learning and is currently in the process of gathering students for an advisory group to think about how students perceive social and emotional learning and how district staff can be better informed by our students as we move forward. I am glad to share that the city, as I indicated before, has released a request for proposal, or RFP, for behavioral health providers to serve all district schools. Once this process is complete, for the first time, there will be therapeutic supports in high schools, mental health services and support specific to the needs of students, and culturally sensitive supports considering the diversity of the students we serve. As we complete this work, we will continue to engage with our students to solicit feedback about how we as the district can be most supportive. We look forward to working together with our other organizations, as well as Youth United for Change and advocates to support our students' mental and behavioral health. I also know there are some speakers tonight focusing on Black Lives Matter Week. As a district, absolutely, give it up, give it up. As a district, we celebrate Black History Month throughout the month of February and encourage schools to host educational activities for their own communities. Many schools have movie nights, live-in museums, concerts, and family nights. Some of you may have even walked by a Black History Month art exhibit here on the second floor. Just outside the Broad Street elevators, if you haven't had the opportunity to take a look at this exhibit, I encourage you to do so before you leave this evening. And on the district's website, throughout the month of February, we plan to honor and highlight African American individuals who have made significant contributions to education. I encourage everyone to visit philsd.org to check out these fascinating stories. We're also inviting educators, advocates, and community members to help develop the district's new culturally and identity inclusive framework. This framework will serve as the foundational expectations for curriculum development, instructional practices, and optimizing students' engagement and ownership in their learning. We also commit to incorporate concepts and content that are aligned with the Black Lives Matter curriculum throughout the grades as part of a curriculum revision and expectations, and this will begin June 2020. The guiding principles of the Black Lives Matter lessons align to the vision and goals of our cultural and identity inclusive framework. Here at the district, we recognize that one of our greatest strengths is our diversity, and that Black history is something that we should be teaching throughout the entire year, not just during February. For years, African American Studies has been throughout the entire school year, a required course for graduation, and we're finding ways to explore related issues also throughout the year. We all benefit when we broaden our understanding of the African American experience and look forward to further educating our students about individuals in and around this community who have made a difference. Madam President, those conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hyde. Are there any questions from any of the board members, student or other? Mr. Wong?
Dr. Hyde, the primary relevance and significance of the environmental challenges that we faced is that it impairs the instructional opportunities for our students. I wonder if you could speak to and assess the academic situation in schools that have had long-term closures. How are the students at Ben Franklin and SLA doing in their new surroundings? What's the game plan for McClure, since that's been a longer closure than we had anticipated?
Yes, so we have, I think you have an action item tonight that deals with both Ben Franklin makeup schedule and Science Leadership Academy makeup schedule, so that's in front of you. In addition, we have created packets for schools to distribute, and those packets are for schools like Cornell, Pierce, that also lost a few days. We are working on a plan for makeup with McClure because those young people were out of school for 17 days. And that's significant, and that's going to require us to make up some time, and we are going to be working on a set of recommendations to bring back to the board at the next meeting. But I will also, this is an opportunity to talk about the offering at all of those schools for Saturday programming, and it's not compulsory, so we won't be taking attendance, but it's for individuals who feel like they would like their young people to get some refresher. And we would pay any teacher who wants to work in that program, but we're developing packets for all of those communities so that they will also have that resource, or package that individuals can take home and work on, and with direct directions about how to contact the academic office if in the event they need assistance with translating that information, if they choose to do it just at home.
Ms. Fix-Lopez?
Give me 1 second. So, Dr. Height, just a couple of comments. I want to follow up from the statement that I made in November. Okay, so in November, you introduced your environmental plan, which has definitely made progress, but it's far from realized. And you talked about that tonight and working towards that. So while there are indicators that a comprehensive set of systems and protocols are being established to create a system of fidelity to outlast your administration, which I applaud you for, as those before you did not do so, there are almost daily indicators that the system as we know it is flawed. As I stated in November, it's not okay that the community is simply, hold on 1 second, it's not okay that the community is simply expected to trust the process, and it's not okay that the community is often left to speculate due to lack of information and breakdowns in communication. And it's still not okay. So we are struggling to communicate effectively in advance, or at the very least in real time, for all steps of the process. And at this point, the protocol for this should be predictable. It shouldn't be a guessing game of how and when the public will get information and from whom. The communications efforts, however, can only be as good as the information our communications team, principals, and other leadership staff get. They can't relay complete messages if they don't have confidence that the information is complete or reliable. Dr. Height, there has been a public call for accountability. Some have even called for your dismissal. However, I believe you are the keystone to keeping this together. There are, however, loose bricks and missing bricks below you, and that must be rebuilt. I know there is an Inspector General report pending, and I look forward to the findings. I acknowledge and agree that there is a lack of capacity on all teams right now to assure that these bricks aren't loose. That is why I fully support tonight's action items that help to expand capacity, such as action items 22 and 26. What I can't support, however, is action item number 9 for the videos from Dr. Frank around basic facts of asbestos. I have watched all of the videos multiple times, and frankly, I find them insulting and also feel they don't even serve the intended purpose. The likelihood of disease video actually states that there are daily risks that should be more concerning to us than asbestos, such as smoking and unhealthy diet. My jaw dropped when I heard that. I don't think I need to even explain why. Also, in the video, What is a HERA?, Dr. Frank essentially undermines people's concerns by stating that places that some people frequent daily, like courthouses and office buildings, don't have to go through the rigorous inspections like schools. I'm not sure how this is supposed to make our students, parents, teachers, and counselors feel safer or more informed. Let me restate. I absolutely believe that if the School District of Philadelphia, the PFT environmental team, and a third-party evaluator, which I know the city is looking to bring in, if they are fully confident that asbestos is not a risk because it is not damaged, then schools should operate as normal. And I feel that the public does need to come to terms with that, and most have. However, when it is damaged and or we are unsure whether or not it is damaged and unsure whether or not it's a potential risk, we must have a protocol or a system in place to show that the process can be trusted and to eliminate the speculation. I'm confident that we can get there, that we can get where we need to, and I will stand by you. I strongly believe that you are the keystone, and you are fundamental to keeping this together. And these loose bricks, they are loose, and you have acknowledged that, right? And that's why I would strongly urge board members to vote to bring more capacity for everything that you are talking about that you need. But we need to make sure then with that capacity, right, that this is clearly communicated. Thank you.
Well, I disagree with, I think we all embrace the need to tackle in a forthright way the asbestos challenges in our schools. As Dr. Height said, this is not a new problem. This reflects 30 years of neglect by the entire community. It's not, you know, and I guess part of the challenge that part of the challenge that I have is that when we put the protocols in place, one of the things that we're saying is we're going to find asbestos going forward. And that's why I think that it's particularly important that we be informed about what kind of risk it actually is to the community. So I support bringing additional information to the district. I support putting additional resources behind this work. I support the work that the district's doing, bringing the PFT to the table so that we can work in a collaborative fashion, because I believe that that kind of participation is going to be critical moving forward. Because as everybody wants, we want the children to be in school learning, but it's going, you know, this is not going to be a quick fix. We're looking at decades of work that we have to do moving forward. Can we do a better job? I think we can, but I support the movement forward and the work that the district is doing to tackle these fundamental challenges. Dr. McGinley?
I just want to acknowledge Ms. Fix-Lopez's comments, because I think it is really important, as somebody who's been around for the more than 30 years of neglect. It hasn't always been neglect, and it hasn't always been a crisis. And I have great confidence in the plan that is in place now, today, in January. That doesn't excuse all the missteps of the past several months. And so, you know, I, as a member of the board, I apologize to the teachers and the parents that have been subjected to these unhealthy conditions, and to the parents who have had to figure out what to do with kids for 17 days. That's not what we should be about. That's not what we should be doing. We need to be better than that. So I appreciate the comments that you've made, Mallory, and just hope that we keep that in mind moving forward.
And thank you. And I just want to follow up. Everything that you said, you started with saying, I disagree. I think we actually agreed on everything, and I think that's what I made clear. What we might disagree on is that I think the missteps with communication, if you talked, are still not acceptable, and we have to move beyond that. And I'm confident that we can, and I do think that these added resources are absolutely fundamental to it. I can't even begin, even knowing the scope of work, I can't even begin to imagine how hard these teams are working, because I do understand the volume. So I'm confident now that we have the capacity, we will make sure that we are communicating effectively.
Madam President, I agree with the communication. I agree that the issues are getting, you know, now it's like, as I saw someone say, why now? The issue is, I think we have to realize too, 30 years ago, the asbestos wasn't that old. It wasn't cracking, it wasn't crumbling. Every year that life passes by, it ages, and that aging is what creates the issue we have going on now. I recognize that I do feel that every parent, having one, I would not want my child in danger either. But I think that we have to acknowledge that it went under Constance Clayton time, it went under Hornbeck's time, Vallis, it went all the way through. And now it has gotten to the point where, hey, it's breaking apart. And we have to move now. But I think we also agree we don't have the money to just wholesale do it. What we need from every one of you is advocacy. What we need from everyone, because if the school district were to take all the money to remediate the problem, then the next problem would be we can't teach. We can't have anything except remediation of the buildings. So we have to find a way working together, because divided, we don't make it. If we work together, we can put the pressure where it's needed to get the resources to get the job done. You think Wolf did that because he just thought about us? No, he didn't. But the pressure was being applied. And each of us have legislators. Each of us have council people. Those are the people we need to target. Many of us even live out of the city or have friends outside of the city that we can also garner from them the kind of respect, support that we need, because it is a problem and we need to be able to remediate that problem, but it has to be done through resources.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Height. Let's see. Committee co-chairs, please provide a brief report on relevant items and action items discussed at your meeting. Additionally, Ms. Ibrahim, please be prepared to provide your updates. We'll start the District Partnership and Community Engagement Committee. Ms. Fix-Lopez, please share your committee report.
Sure. Each month, we hear a report from one member of our Parent and Community Advisory Council on feedback they have collected from community members. This month, we will hear from Ty Thomas.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, President Wilkerson, members of the Board of Education, and community stakeholders. My name is Ty Jamar Thomas. Tonight, I come before you as a representative of North Philadelphia and a member of the Parent and Community Advisory Council. As a council, members have reported attending a total of 26 community meetings throughout the city. In addition to attending community meetings throughout the city, we as a council have also met with the Board of Education to share feedback that we have been hearing throughout our communities. Within my community, parents and community members have expressed concerns and questions regarding the student expulsion process. Some of the comments included the following: expulsion should include the entire community. Before a student is expelled, all forms of support should be used first. What supports will students and families receive if a student is expelled? What has been done before a student gets expelled? What is done for students who have many behavioral issues and just need help? Are parents invited to participate in the school before the student gets expelled? And can the school district connect with behavioral institutions? Additionally, this month, I worked within my community to collect questions and comments regarding the action items on tonight's agenda. The feedback is as stated. Action item number 7, the grant acceptance from the Pennsylvania Department of Education, grant-funded contracts, Aspiring to Educate grant, $500,000. Below are the statements from parents and community members. This is great news. I hope that the funds will be used to truly educate students in the district. Teachers need all the support they can get. We need more diverse teachers in the classroom. Students should have teachers who look like them. This will help many people. The district needs to ensure the money is actually being used for the intent of the program and not for anything else. Who will oversee the selection process for everyone? And I hope this program will continue. Action item number 47, contract with the District 1199C Training and Upgrading Fund, the Career Connected Learning Program for $60,000. Below are statements from parents and community members. The 12th graders would really like this because not everyone wants to go straight to college. How are students chosen for this program? Students would really love this because they can get a job easy now. To get a certification would be great. This should be an advertised program in all of the schools. This really helps students with their career goals. Lastly, I also spoke with members in my community about a variety of topics that are impacting students throughout the district, and the comments are as follows. One facilitator shared, parents have come to me about bullying. One parent shared her daughter has been bullied, and if something isn't done about it, then she will try to handle it on her own. One parent shared financial literacy should be integrated as a part of the regular curriculum so students are able to learn how to manage their money at an earlier age. One grandparent and community member shared there's a lot of violence around the schools and suggests that the school police should also monitor the outside grounds. One parent said bus attendants should always be on the bus to ensure transportation safety. One parent shared parenting classes are needed for parents who want to help their children in today's time. It may help with behavior. One parent said some students are better with working with their hands, so trade apprenticeships are what's needed. One parent said some teachers don't have empathy when listening to the students and can make situations worse in the class. One former graduate shared, "I remember how our field trips were very nice and expensive, but our school furniture is outdated." This concludes my report, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to everyone on tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Are there any questions for Mr. Thomas before he?
A few comments, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, very much for your feedback. We really appreciate it, and we really appreciate all the hard work of your committee. We particularly appreciate your comments on the student expulsion process, and we appreciate your suggestions, and they're very important to us. And we'll be asking members of the board staff to meet with you to discuss these items further. As chair of the policy committee, I wanted to point out that the board and the district have recently worked to revise our policies on this matter. And in the past 5 years, the student expulsion rate has decreased significantly from 42 students in the 2014-15 school year to only 9 students in this past school year. And that's out of almost 200,000 students. And our goal, as you know, is to keep children in school so they can receive their education. We also hope that you can help us share the information that's on the in the board policy and the procedures that's available on our website under the board policies. The information can be found in Board Policy 233, Suspension and Expulsion, along with the procedures that accompany that policy. Additionally, as I mentioned earlier, we'll ask our staff to coordinate a meeting with you to collect more information on this topic and send you copies of the resources that I mentioned previously. And thank you once again for bringing this and all the other wonderful comments to our attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. We'll now hear from our Finance and Facilities Committee. Mr. Wong, please share your committee report.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of Co-Chair Ahea Hinton, I'm pleased to present our report. Our committee met on January 16th and received 2 reports from staff. First, we heard an overview of the upcoming budget process from Ori Monson, Chief Financial Officer for the district. Mr. Monson shared an overview and timeline for the development of the annual budget and capital budget. Additionally, he highlighted opportunities for family and public input throughout the process, both at the individual school level and the district-wide level. Second, we received updates on progress towards the Environmental Safety Improvement Plan, which was issued in November. Naomi Wyatt, Chief of Staff for the district, gave that update. Key updates include item number 1, strengthening the AHERA process, which is a federal requirement to do inspections in schools twice a year for asbestos. Under this process, the district has inspected 23 schools and found 34 imminent hazards at 10 schools. 33 of the 34 imminent hazards have been resolved. The remaining project is the Carnell Gym storage area, which has been closed off until abatement occurs. The district is taking a brief pause on the AHERA inspections to conduct a quality review on the completed abatement. Additionally, the district is working with the PFT on response and communication procedures. Item number 2, inspections were done at every school by the facilities area coordinator and school principal. These were completed on December 20th. There were 25 imminent hazards identified at 17 schools as a result of these inspections. 24 out of the 25 imminent hazards have been resolved. The remaining project is at Roxborough High School, where the attic and a classroom below the attic have been closed off until abatement is complete. Item number 3, See Something, Say Something campaign. Hotline and email will be established in February for any stakeholder to report concerns that they may see in a school. The district will also continue to monitor the PFT app, where they've been receiving information from employees. Item number 4, training on asbestos risk identification and reporting for facility area coordinators and building engineers has been completed. Item number 5, expanding resources. The district is actively recruiting and hiring additional staff to manage the environmental safety concerns. Action item number 22 on tonight's agenda will allow the district to contract with qualified firms to complete emergency asbestos abatement work on an as-needed basis. These firms will allow the district to clear the backlog work on non-imminent hazards that have been identified. Item number 6, scheduled construction projects are being reviewed to address environmental safety concerns if necessary. 7 of the scheduled projects have been adjusted or expanded to include this work.
Item number 7, a program management firm has been identified to manage the proposed upcoming capital spending plan. This is action item number 51 on our agenda this evening. Item number 8, the scope and role of the Environmental Advisory Board has been developed. Item number 9, Dr. Arthur Frank has begun providing environmental safety consulting services to the district. This is action item number 9 on our agenda this evening. Item number 10, the district will be sending proactive communications to all schools on process and procedures that should be expected if there are unplanned capital or environmental safety projects needed. Item number 11, information on construction projects continues to be posted to the district's website. Additionally, environmental testing results are also posted. And finally, item number 12, relocation site identification. The district is continuing to assess alternative sites that can be used for temporarily relocating a school if imminent hazards are found. Board members discussed several of these items during our committee meeting, and at this time I'd like to invite Jim Creedon, district consultant, to come forward and provide responses to specific questions that were asked related to action items and the assessment of alternative sites. Mr. Creedon?
Thank you very much. I've been asked to provide some commentary on action items number 22, which deals with the increased capacity for inspection services for the asbestos program, actually the entire environmental program. And action number, item number 26, I'm sorry, number 22 provides the contractor capacity for the repair and removal. Item number 26 provides for the additional testing capacity. And item number 51, which provides for the assistance on the capital program. Action item number 2 will increase our contractor capacity from 3 to 5 by your action tonight. However, we are also setting up the a procurement process that procurement actually stays open, so that if additional firms want to apply, there won't be a fixed period where you have to do that, but they can come and put in their qualifications, and actually we have to bring them back for approval to you, but we can take that number up above 5 as various companies come in and provide that necessary information, and we continue to recruit them through various ways. As far as the testing program, we currently have 8 firms on contract to provide inspection, testing, evaluation services. The additional 3 will take us up to 11 firms. They will help with the AHERE inspections. They will help with response to imminent hazards that might be identified. And they will also help with the actual testing that occurs at each of the sites, whether it be for asbestos, in addition for the lead paint program, and also for any kind of mold activities that may occur. Action item number 51, which is a very large increase in capacity, recommends the hiring of JMT as the program manager for our $500 million capital program. JMT will provide services to the district to help us plan the projects, to help us manage the design. They will not do the design, but they will help us manage the design selection process as well as management of all the professionals who will do the designs for the entire program. They will also help us with the oversight of all the construction within the program, as well as the development of much more broad environmental scopes for each of the projects, so that we're assuring that if we are doing a renovation or repair, that we are tackling the largest possible environmental scope possible. They will also help us in ensuring compliance on site by our contractors throughout the project, not just with the type of environmental issues that we're dealing with tonight of asbestos, but also dealing with construction dust, construction noise, fumes that may come from construction, and have a responsibility to give us that type of support on each of the sites. They will also help us establish project controls, to monitor schedules, to monitor budgets, and to monitor, give us the information we need to make sure that the various programs within that, or projects within that program are staying on track. Additionally, I was asked to provide some information on our efforts to identify, from a continuity perspective, backup sites that would be more readily available in the event, or the unfortunate event, that we would have to relocate a school on particularly very short notice. We plan on providing a full update to the committee on February 20th, but just to give you a sense of where we are at this point, we're currently looking at 8 various locations throughout the city as possible backup sites. We're assessing them with a set of criteria. One is that they have to have the ability to accommodate at least 400 students. They have to have a location and accessibility for both public transit as well as readily accessibility for our own bus transportation system. They have to have the ability to have the technology that we need to effectively teach in each of the rooms available or that could be quickly adapted within the building. They have to be, for non-district buildings, we have to evaluate safety as well as we have to evaluate any environmental conditions that might be in those buildings to make sure that they are ready and free from some of the concerns that we may actually be removing a group of students from, that those same concerns may not be existing within in the building that we're asking them to go to while we repair the material that's left behind. Once we define these relocation sites and we work through with you and others on what those sites may be, we'll obviously be making the necessary contacts and having the discussions with those schools themselves to get their input and their ideas of what might be possible and what may happen in an event of something we hope doesn't have to occur, but that we would be ready and have that bank of schools or buildings available to us on a much quicker basis than we perhaps have had in the past, to be less of a scramble and more of a strategy to define those. I was also asked to give a preliminary estimate of the cost of the environmental improvement plan. Right now, we see that as being about $1.4 million at this point. The majority of those funds are for the AHERE inspections, which are budgeted just around $1 million to complete the inspection of each of our schools, as well as to do the quality control cross-checks of having firms go back over and check the work of their colleagues at various schools.
Excuse me, you said it's
1.4
million?
1.4 million.
Okay.
Now, that does not include the cost of the program manager. I did not include that in there. That's a separate, as action item number 51 points out, that's over a 3-year period, about a $20 million investment in that program manager. This is just in the other elements of that plan that you see, the communication increases, the additional resources we brought in to review ongoing construction projects, as well as some planned construction projects until we can bring in the program manager, and then they'll take over that job.
Let me use this opportunity, Dr. Haidt, to ask about ongoing internal capacity in the operations department. The Ben Franklin High School renovation project and the many missteps that we saw in that, I think, really exposed some capacity issues, some competency issues, some process issues. I think it has been helpful. I'm familiar with Mr. Creedon's credentials for him to take on essentially half of Danielle Floyd's former role. We've had occasion to hear from him many times, but his role is inherently consultative and temporary. Right. And particularly as we continue to face many environmental issues, as we are seeking to demonstrate to the outside world that we can handle $500 million of borrowing for capital, can you update us on the thought process for identifying and then staffing the long-term solution in the operations department?
Sure. So you talked about Mr. Creedon, and part of that, the whole environmental plan, or part of our response to this issue was to get a consultant like Mr. Creedon on board and get him up as quickly as possible so that he is helping us to work to address some of these issues. At the same time, we also, with the approval of this board, so contracted with a group from Boston DMG who is working and analyzing our operations, our processes, our systems, and we expect in the next week or so to have recommendations about what those are. And then once we see those, then we plan to advertise for the positions that we would need in order to support that work. In addition to that, we also then, as a part of the capital borrow, you have an action item this evening as well, and Mr. Creedon talked about this, for the construction manager or the project manager. And once that is in place, that's also an individual that could help. But the work that DMG is doing to provide both what the form of the organization looks like and the function and the skills and abilities needed for individuals to lead within that structure. We're expecting that within the next week, and then we plan to advertise for those roles once we receive that.
Let me use the opportunity. Board Member Fix Lopez mentioned the Inspector General's report. I had the occasion to have a few words with Inspector General Naberezny earlier today. She assured me that she has been very thorough in her investigation of all of the activities associated with Ben Franklin renovation. Of course, we are all very impatient to hear the findings. Her response when I asked her, when will the report be ready, is absolutely the correct response, which is the investigation will take as long as the investigation needs to take. So I appreciated that answer. I also appreciated that while the focus of the investigation is on Ben Franklin High School, the takeaway from the report will have far-reaching implications for how the operations department handles projects like this. So we're very much interested in those findings, and I was heartened to hear that the investigation is going well, is being very thorough, and is being looked at the way that we want it to be looked at.
Just a quick comment. So first of all, I want to thank you for all of the work that you're done. I think you're essential to the improvement that we are getting to. And I also wanted to publicly support action item 51. I know that at first glance it looks shocking, and I read it and read it and read it and really thought about it. I think managing such a large scope of work and the money that goes with it, this is the accountability that we've been calling for. We've been calling for the accountability of actually getting the work done, and also how we manage the money with it and make it as efficient, as effective as possible. So I very much thank you for the action items 22, 26, and 51, and would encourage board members to support them.
Just to conclude my report, and I know you said brief, Madam President, I have not been brief. Our committee discussed the following action items on tonight's agenda. Number 9, ratification of contract with Drexel University for environmental safety consulting, $20,000. Board members highlighted that this contract is part of the environmental safety improvement plan, as mentioned in my earlier remarks. Action item 21, engagement of outside counsel. Staff clarified that this item will expand the list of outside counsel firms. These firms were selected for their expertise in specific issues the district needs addressed. Action item 33, license agreement with North Broad Renaissance. Board members asked for information on the specific terms of this lease. And the aforementioned action item 51, contract with JMT for capital program management, $20 million. Mr. Monson provided an overview of this contract, including information on minority participation and district oversight of the contract. Finally, we heard public comment from several speakers on issues such as procurement with minority businesses, environmental safety concerns, participation in the CSPR process, and comments on action items 9 and 21. District staff will be reaching out to individuals directly in response to specific questions that were raised in public comment. Full presentations are available with meeting materials of our meeting on the board website. Our committee will hold its next meeting on February 20th, Thursday at 3 p.m. in the Board of Education Committee Room, Suite 101, and that concludes my report.
Are there any questions for the Finance and Facilities Committee? Seeing none. Our next report,
Can we do policy?
we'll skip Dr. McGinley for a minute. Our next report will come from the Policy Committee. Dr. McGolgan.
Thank you. On tonight's agenda is action item number 1, adoption of proposed board policies. This includes draft policies reviewed by our committee on November 14th. They include 004, board norms and organization, 610.1, termination of contracts and disqualification, suspension, or debarment of vendors, 611, exceptions to purchases subject to a competitive process, 612, newly reassigned number, business diversity in the procurement of materials and contracted services, 613, cooperative purchasing, 901, school community relations objectives, 902, publications programs. And our committee also met on January 16th to review several policies related to board norms, students, employees, and operations. These policies will be on the full board agenda review at our February action meeting. So thank you again to those of you who have participated in our meeting and provided comments to engage the policy review process, and this concludes my report.
Our next report will come from our students.
Thank you, Madam President. As Senate representatives on the Philadelphia Board of Education, we will commit ourselves to serve the students of Philadelphia to our fullest capacity in communicating their interests to the board. Amir and I finalized our school visit list, and we have started to visit schools. Our first school visit was on January 21st, 2020 at Abraham Lincoln High School. We were able to have a conversation with 10 students who are part of the CTE programs and a variety of clubs and sports that Lincoln has to offer. We got a sense of students' social health, academic and emotional support, and most importantly, safety. During the past couple of weeks, we also had a chance to meet with Kevin Bethel, who is our new chief of school safety, and his staff to discuss the school police officer job functions, the way welcoming students should be, and the best ways to have scanning process when entering a school building. We were able to attend a small focus group and be present at Dr. Height's Student Advisory Board meetings regarding this topic. We were also able to learn about a job opportunity for students who are 18 years or older, who have a valid social security number and are a U.S. citizen. If you meet these requirements, you are able to become a census champion. You can apply through the 2020census.gov and earn up to $25.50 per hour. The census, as you may know, is a national survey that is conducted every 10 years by the U.S. Census Bureau on April 1st to count our city's population in order to receive funds to support programs like medical assistance programs, SNAP, school lunch programs, Section 8, and many more programs. Lastly, Amir and I have been taking the time to look over the 2019-2020 Student Code of Conduct, and will create quick did you know facts to share with students via email and our social media platform to educate students about what they might not know. Before I conclude, I would like to share a resource for students who would like to testify in the near future at these action meetings. Go to YouTube and search for Student Guide to Testify, or visit PSTV Philadelphia's YouTube channel, and you will find a video of Alfredo Practico, one of last year's student reps, teaching students the process of testifying at action meetings like this. Please don't hesitate to contact Amir or myself if you have any questions, comments, or concern. You can follow us on Instagram, Twitter at PHL Student Reps, or you can also email us at studentboardrep@philasd.org. Thank you.
Are there any questions for our student reps? I'll ask Dr. McIver to give the student achievement report, please.
I'm giving this report on Dr. McGinley's behalf. He was a facilitator at our last meeting. Our committee met on January 16th and heard 2 updates from staff. We received a presentation on the school progress reports and updates from the charter school office. Dr. Wolford, Chief of Evaluation Research and Accountability, provided an overview of the school progress report. The SPR is used as a tool produced by the district to show how schools are doing on student outcomes. School progress reports for the school year 2018-19 will be released in early February. Second, we received information on the scheduled hearings for the new charter application process from Peng Chao, Executive Director of Charter Schools Office. Additionally, you want to take over? We discussed several action items that are on tonight's agenda. Those are, Mr. Chao provided an overview of the recommendation for renewal from the Charter Schools Office for action item 5, Greenwoods Charter School application for charter renewal pending, and action item 6, Independence Charter School application for charter renewal also pending. Board members asked for more information on the vendor selected for action item 13, contract with Butler County Community College support praxis test preparation for district teachers for $100,000. And action item 45, ratification of memorandum of understanding with Philadelphia Family Court and the City of Philadelphia Department of Human Services Education Records. We asked about our shared expectations of privacy on student data sharing information. Related to action item 47, contract with the district's 1199C Training and Upgrading Fund Career Connected Learning Program for $60,000. Board members asked for information on how the district supports external organizations to better serve students with special needs or students who are English language learners. And action item 49, ratification of amendments of contracts with various qualified vendors preschool programs. Board members asked how the district defines and measures high quality in selecting pre-K partner agencies. Diane Calzabano, Deputy Chief of Early Childhood Education, shared that high quality is defined by state standards. Finally, we heard public comment from several participants on the comprehensive school planning review process, extended school year budgets, modified block schedules, charter agreements, resources to improve writing skills for students who are English language learners, new charter applications, teacher accountability, and student learning. District staff will be reaching out to individuals directly in response to specific questions that were raised in public comment. Full presentations are available with materials for our meeting on the board website. Our committee will hold its next meeting on February 20th at 5 p.m. in the Board of Education Committee Room, Suite 101. That concludes our report.
Are there any questions for the Student Achievement Committee? Thank you. Seeing none, this brings us to, before we have our registered speakers, we want to invite Dr. Tamara Williams, Donna Bailey, Commissioner David Jones to the table for a brief presentation on important work that the city is doing around student behavioral health services and intensive behavioral health services.
Good evening, Madam President and board members. I am, as indicated, David T. Jones, Commissioner for the Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services. With me I have, again, as was indicated, Dr. Tamara Williams, who is Deputy Chief Clinical Officer for Children's Services with Community Behavioral Health. We were asked to come in and give a very brief kind of high-level overview of the intensive behavioral health services procurement that you heard Dr. Height mention earlier. Certainly the kind of 4 overarching goals include increasing access to treatment, improving the overall quality of behavioral health services, expanding adults' ability to address the social and emotional needs of students, and certainly keeping and maintaining students in their home, community, and obviously schools. With that said, I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Williams, who will just walk us through a couple of slides.
Thanks again to the school board for allowing us to come in and talk about and provide some important information on new state regulations that govern community-based behavioral health treatment services and therefore impact student mental health, and also to provide an overview of some of the exciting things that we'll be doing in Philadelphia to build off of these new regulations. What we hope will be abundantly clear is that the level of collaboration between CBH, DBH-IDS, the school district, and the Mayor's Office of Education, and the overwhelming support that we've received from the school board, as well as our academic partners, demonstrates the commitment of the school district and city leadership in improving Medicaid behavioral health supports and treatment services and making it a top priority. So first thing to know is that the state has created some new services, and the new regulations are called Intensive Behavioral Health Services, or IBHS, and those will replace what was previously known as Behavioral Health Rehabilitative Services, or BHRS, and School Therapeutic Services, or STS. Those new regulations took effect this month, actually just last week, and then we anticipate that the additional enhancements to those programs will begin in the fall with the academic 2021 school year. The restructuring of BHRS and STS has been a long time in the making, and we started the process well before the new regulations came out. And as part of the process, we held a number of focus groups with principals, with providers, and with families, and used the feedback from those focus groups to develop the new services. A couple of things that I want to highlight that came from the focus groups are that there was a need to ensure access to high quality, evidence-based, culturally and linguistically competent, community-based services. And then the other thing that was highlighted as a result of the focus groups was the importance of utilizing a system of care approach that focuses on student strengths rather than deficits and is family-centered. So in terms of what this new program looks like, we had quite a long list of expectations and outcomes that we wanted to meet and want to highlight a few of those here. The first one, as I believe Dr. Height mentioned earlier, is that we are essentially bringing access to high-quality mental health services to all district public schools. In the past, one of the things that we heard loud and clear from the principals, for example, is that high schools have different needs that are distinct from students in elementary and middle schools. And so in this new program, we will have access for high school students to high-quality mental health services. The other outcome that we expect is that when students come to mental health providers for assistance with mental health problems, we expect that they'll get better. Seems pretty simple, but I think it's something that we want to keep in the forefront. We expect students to make progress when they participate in the new behavioral health programming. And then thirdly, we want to be able to provide teachers the support that they need so that they feel more confident to manage student behavior in their classroom. And one of the ways that we're going to accomplish these last two things is by requiring the use of evidence-based treatments. Under the previous program, certainly some providers utilized evidence-based treatments, but it was not required. They will be required moving forward, and these are the 3 evidence-based treatments that all providers will be utilizing. Certainly they're encouraged to and welcome to use additional evidence-based treatments, but these are the 3 that will be required. The first is cognitive behavioral therapy, or CBT, which is excellent and quite effective in treating students who have depressive symptoms or anxiety or suicidal ideation. It's also the foundation for many other treatments that are used for trauma, for example, which leads into the second evidence-based treatment, which is cognitive behavioral therapy for trauma in schools, or CBITS, and then also Bounce Back. Bounce Back is the version of CBITS, but for elementary school students, and CBITS is for junior high to high school. And then finally, the other one that we're quite excited about is called Bridge, and that is a teacher consultation model. With the teacher consultation model, we will have some consistency in the way that providers support teachers to help them manage behavioral challenges in the school. And what's nice about Bridge is that everyone will be speaking the same consultative language, and there'll be consistency from classroom to classroom and school to school. The other thing I want to mention about the first 2 evidence-based treatments is that we know that providing culturally and linguistically competent treatment is more than just providing the same treatment in a different language, right? It's really about adapting clinical skills to meet the cultural needs of the person who's seeking treatment. And what's nice about the first 2 is that they have the flexibility to be able to do that and have been used with a variety of people with different cultural and ethnic backgrounds. Some other outcomes that we expect to see, and I wish that we could take credit for this one, but they were actually a part of the state regulations, is that there are higher professional standards for better outcomes and increased staff retention. So as a part of the new regulations from the state, they are requiring providers to have increased staff qualifications, training, and supervision. And the next expected outcome is to have improved coordination of care, and we want our providers to have knowledge of the community strengths in the community in which they serve. And we also want students to have access to mental health services in their homes as well as in their schools and community by the same provider. This is quite different than the approach that we have been taking in the prior model. And then lastly, we want to minimize the number of providers in any given school. This was another thing that we heard loud and clear from principals, and we will attempt to accomplish that by taking a regionalized approach in which providers will be matched to schools in various geographic regions of Philadelphia based on their ability to demonstrate their ability to work with students from various ethnic and cultural backgrounds, as well as other factors. And then lastly, we expect to have increased collaboration and accountability and communication. So providers and schools will sign a service agreement, and then also there will be a single point of contact for behavioral health services in each school building, which will help with communication. I won't go through all of these, but these are some of the expertise that will be available in schools and community. I just want to highlight the first two because they are different than the prior model. So the first is the care coordinator position, and the second is the family peer specialist. We're really excited about being able to offer these two services. The care coordinator will provide case management, and the family peer specialist is an adult with lived experience as a family member of a child or a student with behavioral health challenges. And they're really there to provide support to parents and families, to empower them, and to understand their role as an active member of the treatment team. And then lastly, a few key dates for folks to be aware of. As we mentioned, we have recently issued a procurement or an RFP. The applications are due from providers by the end of February, and then we expect to award providers by mid-April, and then the hard work begins, which is training the providers in the 3 evidence-based treatments. And that we expect to be a 2 to 3 year process. So we're really just looking forward to these enhancements and seeing positive outcomes over time. Thank you.
Are there any questions from board members? Well, thank you for the.
Yeah.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. This is very exciting. Board members?
Yes. First of all, I want to thank you. This is very exciting. I know many of us at the table are super excited about this collaboration. But I do have just a couple of questions. One, I see that it starts in the 2021 year. Had there been some discussion, I guess I'm also looking at Dr. Height, in terms of how this will be phased into the schools? Or is this just so early in terms of the planning phase?
Yeah, it's just so early. So the current model that's in place will remain in place, but this will replace that model starting in that year. And this gives us the time to build the structures in order to support this work.
I guess what I'm asking, is the services that is already in schools?
Right, but the distinction here is that we don't have these types of services in high schools.
Right.
This RFP will allow us to move those services to high schools, which we very much heard from the focus groups that we did in conjunction with our colleagues from the city. That's very much what we heard from principals, that they needed that support. And so the RFP that was just released will then define the types of resources that we are able to push into more schools in the school district.
So once that happens, in terms of continuing collaboration, my assumption is that with any project, you have to assess and tweak it and do all that kind of work. Is there a plan at some point to incorporate young people at the table to just kind of look at that?
Yeah. We could do that very easily because we have some mechanisms to involve young people, and I'm sure our colleagues with the city could also do that as well. So, but I'll let them speak.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. The idea is both to continue to, as Dr. Height mentioned, first of all, as we developed the process, it was very much including our provider network, and so a number of those providers who provide outpatient, who provide more intensive, kind of acute inpatient. A number of those folks were at the table, but primarily our historical school providers. We also had focus groups with family members, and that will continue. When we talk about the system of care framework, it really is the idea of being family-driven, youth-guided. And so, as Dr. Hyde mentioned, we actually have family members and youth who are ongoing parts of our process, and they certainly will contribute in terms of both the assessment and then just ongoing feedback.
I just want to commend you. If anybody knows me, I have been harping on better partnerships, better integration of our services, better recognition that our youth, our children, are parts of a family and not out there by themselves. And this is a big step towards that piece, and particularly moving away from that strictly medical model to one that really is looking at the behavioral aspects, that they're not mentally ill, they have emotional and behavioral issues that needs to be addressed. So I am thrilled and can't wait to see it get started and grow.
Thank you. We're excited about the idea, particularly around the continuity of care, as Dr. Williams mentioned, in terms of not in the services being provided in the school, in the home and community, so that coordination across, and then that also allows for greater parental or caregiver involvement.
Could you talk a little, first of all, I'm excited about this as well. I mean, we talk about trauma-informed care, and some of our school members, our faculty, our staff have been through that training twice, but there was never any backup service for that. And so it's exciting to see that service component being put in place. I also want to, I don't know if the public knows this, but Dr. Hite serves on the board of Community Behavioral Health. And so this kind of integration is just something that's become very deep within the school district. If you could somebody could talk a little bit about how it'll play out in a school, because I know historically principals have had to know a lot about behavioral health and try to figure out how you navigate the Medicaid system, and a lot of that is Greek at best. If somebody could talk a little bit about what happens in the actual school.
Yeah. The bridge model that I talked about, I think, is an important part of providing that education and information to not just teachers, but all school staff. And so a part of the consultation model is not just observation, but being able to provide some education around the things that are critical for teachers to know about how to manage behavior, what signs to look for in terms of students who might be having some social or emotional challenges, and how to look for those signs, and then most importantly, how to interact and what they can do about that when they see those signs and symptoms.
Yeah, and I'll just add to the comments. In doing some of the focus groups, we had principals describe the challenge that many of them face, or their staff members face, when you had one process for children who had insurance, another process for children who did not, and trying to just kind of navigate those systems. And I think one principal actually just described it as, hey, I'm like the health administrator, and we actually need help and support also navigating all of the various systems and resources that are available. And that's a part of what we were trying to design supports to do. So to help free individuals in schools who are now trying to do this work and navigate those very complex systems depending on a variety of factors. And so this was put in place to provide those additional supports for schools in an area that many individuals in schools may not be as familiar with as they may need to.
So there'll be a lead, my understanding is there's a lead provider that will be in every school, so there'll be a point of contact with back to the resources? Is that?
That's exactly right, and I think that that continuity, I think, was what we heard the principals talk about being an important aspect of this model. And so, with there being kind of a primary provider, the principal will know who to go to. And then I think the other point that was made earlier is that the idea is that the training, though, is not solely for the teachers or the other administrators. It really is for everyone in that schoolhouse. And so I think that's also, we feel like that's a critical piece, because that whether it's the cafeteria person, whether it's somebody who is providing additional assistance, the fact that they all get that training and that information and that continuity, I think will certainly make things flow much better.
One quick question. With having the point person and the counselor who's in the school, will there be kind of a training or session in terms of how they will work as a team and how they can support each other and not have either one feeling that you're taking my job?
Yeah, a big component of this is training and implementation, and how do we transition into a process where there are other individuals there who actually are helping to do the work. But a big part of this is how do we coordinate all of these efforts with staff members and with the external resources that are coming into schools.
And the other piece we'll mention is that the fact that the expectation is utilizing those evidence-based practices. There's a quality that goes with them in terms of there's a fidelity to models. So when you train and you adhere to the fidelity, that again goes across. And I think it also adds to the good work that's already happening in terms of addressing kind of the climate in schools, and then integrating that with some of the climate work that's already going on.
Are there any other questions? Want to thank you. We're excited. We'll be following this closely and appreciate the collaboration with our administrators and the principals in our schools.
Thank you.
Let's see. Next on our agenda is hearing from our student speakers. Are there any here tonight who are here tonight, and those who are registered to speak on action items we're considering this evening? We'll hear from speakers on general topics later in our agenda after we have voted on tonight's business. Ms. Rauch, would you please share our speakers policy and then call up our first 5 speakers?
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of the Board of Education, I'd like to thank members of the public for your input on school district matters, including those being considered by the board this evening. To respect each speaker's time, we will be strictly enforcing the 3-minute time prompt that's on the table. When the yellow light comes on, you'll have 30 seconds to wrap up your remarks, and when the red light comes on, your time should be up. Student speakers and those speaking on action items have been prioritized on the agenda. Those speaking on general topics will address the board after completion of formal business. Up to 4 speakers will address the board on each topic. Written testimony submitted in advance of the start of the meeting will be included as part of the record. I'll be calling 5 speakers at a time. Please come to the front of the room. Janiyah Twiggs, please come to the front table. Angela Calderon, Rebecca Barrett, Anaya Timberlake, and Carol Kalimnik. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. As you all may know, we have a really great music program at Franklin Learning Center High School. However, our auditorium is not properly equipped for the many challenging performances that we have. We do not have a music pit for the orchestra. We also do not have the proper space to execute the shows that our teachers spend countless hours helping us to prepare for. The stage is not properly leveled, and many incidents have happened because of this matter. We want to be able to be creative as possible in the music fields that we are passionate about, and we are limited due to our practice space. And we greatly appreciate the progress thus far. However, we need more to build and to become who we want to be. So thank you for this time, and I want to know, like, how can we implement more into and invest more into the programs that we have at our schools?
Thank you. Thank you for your performance earlier, too, by the way. And one of the things, as you know, since you've been, we have made a pretty significant investment in the music and arts programs so that we can expand the offerings. We're also looking at a program, we're dealing with these environmental issues, but before that became the thing we were dealing with, we were also doing an analysis or an audit or assessment of all of the auditoriums, not just in the high schools, but across the district, and looking at the types of capital plan that we could put in place to begin renovations of some spaces that we actually want to use. And FLC is one of those places where we were looking at the auditorium. I don't have a time frame for that yet because we're focused on the environmental issues, but stay tuned. We're going to be releasing something about a capital plan just to deal and address auditoriums across all of our schools.
Thank you for
You're
the
welcome.
time.
Angela Calderon. Is Angela Calderon here? Thank you.
I press this? Hi, my name is Angela Calderon from El Centro de Estudiantes, and I got involved in mental health advocacy about a year ago when I met Noelia from the National Women's Law Center. I'm titled the co-author of a report called We Are Not Invisible, Latina Girls' Mental Health in Philadelphia Schools. Mental health is your number one priority. You cannot function properly if your mental health is not well. In this report, we focused mainly on Latina girls, some statistics being more than 1 in 5 Latina high school girls have considered suicide, more than 1 in 10 attempt suicide. In Philadelphia in 2017, just over half of Latina high school student girls felt persistently sad or hopeless. The statistics go on, and this is not just a problem with Latinas. This is everyone. There's over 200,000 students enrolled in the school district, and a lot of these students' lives will be affected if we do not address these issues. And I'm glad to see that some of these things are being addressed now, but it took a while. We weren't getting a response. Noelia, a fellow at the National Women's Law Center, who is like a mentor to me, reached out to Dr. Haidt and never got a response. We wanted to set up a meeting to discuss these things, and we never heard back. Up until now, we have not seen any action, and it's like the only action we're getting is because we're causing so much of like a thing where we continue to go back and forth with people, and it's like it hasn't been getting anywhere. Do you not agree that these issues being presented to you are extremely important? Like, I see that you say that they are, but it's like it's not a priority. It's always budget issues. There's always something getting in the way. There's always excuses. And I feel like this is something that we should push for more rather than just being like, oh, well, we have all of these financial issues, so we have to wait, or this has to happen in order for us to do that. We should get to it quicker. It's really important, and it'll affect many of our students' lives. Yeah. Thank
you. Rebecca Barrett.
I'm Anaya Timberlake. Me and Rebecca are both with Youth United for Change, and we're talking about the same subject. So I'm just going to go in front of her. She's going to go right after me. For almost 3 years, Youth United for Change has been working with working to get mental health policies that Youth United for Change student leaders have drafted and implemented into schools. Between meetings with school board members and district officials, we have heard that our recommendations are well crafted and easy to get into schools, but yet there has been little progress. We understand that some of the recommendations can take more time, but we have yet to see any of them fully implemented in our schools. We hear some of the recommendations are in works, but the district has made it incredibly difficult and is not being transparent with the planning of implementation. On October 1st, Ms. Holzman sent YUC the Social Emotional Learning Plan and asked for feedback from us. YUC and the National Women's Law Center jointly sent Ms. Holzman feedback regarding the plan. Ms. Holzman responded to the feedback stating that upon the request of Councilwoman Maria Quinones Sanchez, the district will refrain from making any commitments to students and will not continue to work on it until Councilwoman Sanchez give further direction. This was confusing because we got approval from board members saying that these recommendations should be put into motion immediately. Since Councilwoman Sanchez allegedly directed the district to stop updating us, we were expecting to hear when Councilwoman was going to allow them to move forward, but that communication never happened. According to Councilwoman Sanchez herself, she never said that the district should wait for her direction. If Councilwoman Sanchez never said they should stop updating us, then why lie to us about moving forward? On October 9th, Rachel Holzman sent drafts of documents listing regional mental resources for students all over Philadelphia to YUC. We gave her feedback, which she explicitly asked for. This included suggestions that would make finding resources easier for students. This was one of our recommendations. Why not let us know you were sending these out? Then on January 23rd, disregarding all of the feedback that we gave, every student received a list of mental health resources from Tyler Wims through email. In an email Ms. Holzman sent yesterday, it was stated that the mental health resources were sent to students in October. So why did we not receive them in October, but on January 23rd? Ms. Lynch said, "We don't like to disappoint students, but when you keep breaking promises, not being transparent, accountable, and taking action." Ms. Holzman is saying that they love to get feedback from students, but when we do get feedback, it is brushed off to the side. In conclusion, we want the district to be transparent and clarify how decisions are being made. We want to guarantee that this will be a collaborative process and have a timeline on all the policy recommendations. YUC started this campaign in my sophomore year. Now is my senior year. When I leave the school district, I want to know that future generations will be able to develop their fullest potential in high school. I want them to have policies to address their mental health if they need it.
Anaya? I'm sorry, I think I confused you. Rebecca. Thank you. Thanks, Anaya.
As someone who has struggled with anxiety and knows how hard it is to cope with those types of difficulties, I would never want anyone else to have to feel alone and lost without a voice. This school year has been one of the toughest years ever. I just started high school and it's been really hard to adjust to my new environment and find people to talk to. I soon drowned in a feeling of loneliness and stress, so I started talking to my counselor. I'm better now, but I can't say that my school has helped me to get to the point where I am today. Whenever I go to a counselor's office, I expect there to be materials that allow students to explore their options on how to cope with certain things. But when I went, all I saw was pamphlets defining what mental health is instead of what to do. When I was called in, I explained how I felt, and the counselor automatically said that my overwhelming emotions were due to lack of sleep. We exchanged a few more words before I left. I laughed in amazement about how piles of homework are dumped onto students every single day and how we're expected to wake up after recommended 9.5 hours of sleep. Students shouldn't have to stay up until 1 a.m. worrying about finishing an essay or studying for a test that has 100 questions. If anyone thinks a teenager can handle loads of work, extracurriculars, jobs, and puberty all at once, they must be delusional. All of this stressful plunder only damages us more. How are we supposed to grow in a place that's holding us back and not taking into consideration our well-being? Schools should care about and recognize us as human beings instead of working us like machines. There needs to be a balance between focusing on our schoolwork and our mental health. When I heard that the Director of Student Leadership had sent out the student resources this past Thursday, I was so excited to see that the district was finally trying to help students out that so desperately needed some guidance on where to go if they wanted some assistance. I was and still am very shocked and disappointed on what that email contained. Although it had some resources, it was very confusing to read and overall unclear on how to access some of the alternatives they were providing. The School District of Philadelphia cares about you and wants to make sure you have the supports you need to be successful in school. This is the opening line within the PDF and the email. I wouldn't say not including links or any way to contact the services provided in general is considered caring. How do you expect teens to get help if you don't give them the tools they need in order to receive that help? All of this could have been easily avoided if the district would have taken the feedback the members of YUC had provided them with, which would have improved access to the resources. To this day, I am still waiting for the district to correct its wrongdoing and own up for being lazy and essentially ignoring student feedback. With every passing day, students from across the district are being affected by your actions or lack thereof and aren't getting the support they deserve from the people who are supposed to be the ones looking out for them.
Dr. Height, excuse me.
Thank you. So I want to, Ms. Kilmley, so I want to thank the students who came out to speak this evening. I do want to make just a couple of statements. One, no one from the National Women's Law Center contacted me to invite me to a meeting. We were invited to a meeting by the Councilwoman Sanchez, who we had two staff also attend. So if you could share with me what was sent to me, I just did a search, and so I did, yeah. But at any rate, one of the reasons we talked about the behavior health resources that we're putting in schools were for the very things that the young people just described. We have never shied away from working with YUC and will continue to work with them. We also had meetings that I think that we scheduled on a monthly basis. And while we had attendance at one meeting, and then we did not have attendance at the others. And so we do encourage you that either we can come to your meetings or when we establish meetings to talk about these issues, we encourage you to also attend those as well. So once again, as always, thank you for the recommendations. Your recommendations have always been instructive to us. It's from a student's point of view. It's with your voice. That voice is really important to us. And if someone has some communication that came to me from the National Women's Law Center, please share that with me. I'll come back and see you. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. I'm going to ask the next five speakers. Ms. Klimnick will speak, but I would like you to start coming to the front, please. Zoe Rooney, Lisa Haver, Joan Fanwick, Tasade Messina, and Ella Schwab.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I want to acknowledge and support the district and board joining superintendents from across the state from other school districts and school district leaders calling for a state moratorium on new charter schools and charter seats. Thus far, the board has denied new charter school applications, and I urge you to do the same for the two applications to be considered next month. The next positive note is item 47, providing an authentic health career-related experience for high school students by the 1199C Training Fund, a 45-year-old labor management partnership of the National Union of Hospital and Healthcare Employees. They are not seeking to drain resources from a cash-strapped school district in order to start a charter school, but actually applying their known skills to better the lives of students from 11 district high schools. The Philadelphia School Partnership visited Kensington Health Sciences Academy and incorporated that experience into the high school for Health Sciences Leadership Charter School application. They did a similar thing to the 1199C Hospital Workers Union Training and Upgrading Fund, as noted by an 1199C staff member in their letter to both PSP that was also sent to the board. I am quoting with permission from that letter. It was with dismay that I read that the District 1199C Training and Upgrading Fund was referenced in the PSP's application to the Philadelphia Board of Education to establish the High School of Health Sciences Leadership Charter School, including the training fund, identifies our organization as actively engaging and providing feedback on establishing a healthcare charter school in Philadelphia. This is simply not truthful. 1199C also requested the removal of the District 1199C Training and Upgrading Fund references from PSP's application to establish the High School of Health Sciences Leadership Charter School, as well as using any other applications, grants, or similar writings without the express consent of the fund. Instead of spending money on charters, our school buildings need to be much made healthy as the ongoing toxic school debacle continues to unfold. This is the time for parents, students, school staff, community members, and elected officials to hold the district leadership accountable for how this problem has been handled and to demand our schools, our voices be heard and not silenced. Will the district and board commit to holding public meetings on toxic schools to both update the public as well as hear concerns and recommendations?
Zoe Rooney.
Hi, my name is Zoe Rooney. I'm a parent and an educator here in the district. I'm here to talk to you about action item number 20, which is contracts for consultants for business process design, staff training, and, quote, change management with regard to special education services. This sounds like money going to central office staff here at 440. It sounds like it's money that's going many steps removed from actual classrooms and children. It sounds like money that should be prioritized to direct impact on children. It sounds like you could collaborate with local experts who might be willing to collaborate without a cost of tens of thousands of dollars for consulting fees. It also sounds like you have very little confidence in your people here at 440, and that you're saying that you aren't hiring the right folks who have the right expertise to do their jobs without consultants. What I see is continual failures in leadership from the top. You cannot consult your way out of poor leadership and out of holding people accountable. Stop prioritizing efficiency and consulting over humanity. Humanity means stopping oversized special education caseloads and related service provider caseloads, and stopping oversized classrooms and special education in particular. It means no contingency plans for asbestos and lead that put the logistical burden on families, like 1:30 p.m. pickups from school, like you did at McClure. It means no packets of work to try and make up actual instruction from certified teachers. If I did that in my classroom, I would probably get a memo saying that I'm not providing appropriate instruction for my students, but you're saying it's okay for kids who have missed out on school instead of actually being with their teachers. It means not over-testing our students. They're taking way too many standardized tests every quarter of the year. It means no benchmarks that have passages and content that are not at the right grade level, like fourth graders taking benchmarks that have passages that come out to be a middle school level text. It means not harming kids physically, which you are doing in schools that are contaminated, and not harming kids mentally, like you've heard about from some of our high school students, and that we know that is happening in other schools as well through things like bullying. All the while you are propping up consultants, again, with tens and thousands of dollars, in some cases tens of millions of dollars in contracts. All of these contracts, all of this outsourcing, it needs to stop, and you need to start putting the humanity of our children first. Thank you.
Lisa Haber.
Good evening. I want to first thank President Wilkerson for representing Philadelphia and the board at the recent press conference in Harrisburg calling for charter reform. At the next meeting, the board will be voting on 2 new charter applications. Tonight, in action items 5 and 6, the board is voting on 2 more charter renewals. And I wanted to just address Ms. Danzy's statement that what we need is more resources. And I say part of that, getting resources, is not spending valuable resources on approving substandard charters month after month after month, especially since we are not able to see, because of pattern of violation of the Sunshine Act, what you're actually voting on. So I wanted to talk about that. We don't need any more charters. We can't afford any more charters. And despite the presentation from health science charters that we saw on December 20th and January 22nd, a new charter is not going to cure poverty either. So there's really not much to say about string theory because they're already writing off the board. But I wanted to cite a couple things that the Charter School Office wrote in its review. They cited Health Sciences Leadership Academy inability to demonstrate its potential effectiveness in supporting its health science mission, career pathways and internships underdeveloped despite being the centerpiece of the proposed charter's approach, no staff budgeted for ambitious internship program until year 3. The board overstates its community support, which other people have addressed and are going to address. And that while its partnerships speak about local universities as a critical element of the model, it actually did not submit any memoranda of understanding or any agreements that establish that relationship. That seems like kind of a big hole, that the school is not staffing and budgeting to do what it is saying in its mission statement. But the most important reason to not keep renewing substandard charters and not approving any new charters is that we are facing a life and death crisis. And what I said at the December 20th meeting was that when we talked before about the doomsday budget, we didn't know that we meant that literally. And now we know only right now of at least one teacher who is dying. So, I think I want to say again that we have to break the cycle of funding charter schools with bloated administrations while our public schools crumble and while the lives of our students and our staff are put in danger. Thank you.
Joan Fanwick.
Good evening. My name is Joan Fanwick, and I'm in front of you to speak on action item number 20. I am a PFT member and part of the Caucus of Working Educators. We look forward to working with you. I am a special education teacher at Nebendra Elementary School and teach 3rd through 5th grade autism support. I'm here because of a proposed $1.4 million at stake for special education consulting. This contract would discredit the opinions of special educators in the classroom as well as the Office of Specialized Services here at 440, take money away from classrooms, and is vague and unclear as to its purpose, lacking transparency. To my first point, by hiring outside consultants that are several layers away from a classroom, they miss the day-to-days of what our students need. One cannot understand what goes on in a classroom or a student's life just by looking at paperwork and numbers. Furthermore, after looking into the work of the consulting firms minus Ellingson's group because their online presence is limited, I found that most of them were directed towards businesses with little to no experience in special education, if any experience in education. If the district is looking to improve special education procedures and processes, they first need to turn to the professionals they have already hired. Overall, this action item could use clarity in exactly what the end goal is. What is mentioned is child find, IEP development and management, student programming and placement, which is pretty much all of special education. As a special ed teacher, right now I do not feel we have the resources we need to provide these services to our students to the best of our abilities. And there are better ways to improve these systems without the use of outside consultants. Here are some other ways we could spend $1.4 million to improve special education. 1, hire more school psychologists, including bilingual psychologists and related service providers. Give special education teachers lower caseloads. Many teachers are over state limits. Bring back more community-based instruction trips, which were cut in half this year, or from twice to once a month for 3rd through 5th grade classes, which I was told was because the cost of busing was too much. I can't imagine it was $1.4 million. Provide special education teachers with the materials we need to properly implement programs, such as paper and colored printing, which is so important in an autism sport classroom like mine. But I need to use donor choose and my own money for colored printing. Increase the special education assistant salary so more people apply and there are less vacant positions to help make sure all IEPs are being followed. In addition, there should be extra special ed assistants in buildings with complex need classrooms for coverages when one is out, since there's almost no subs for these positions, leaving students missing valuable services. In conclusion, as a special ed teacher, I do not understand how $1.4 million is being spent on consulting when basics are not being provided for our students and teachers to help us plan and implement IEPs properly. I urge you to vote against the contract.
Tesade Messina, please.
Good evening. I would also like to speak about Action 20. The proposed $1.4 million in contracts in Action Item 20 for consultants for items such as child find and providing central office staff professional development seems far removed from the fundamental needs of our classrooms and our special education students. Please help us understand the expertise and experience sought from these consultants that we cannot find within our own school system or within our key school partnerships in local universities. Do these consultants have the credentials and experience of our special education teachers and OSS staff? This proposal seems to imply that our experts in OSS and in the classroom do not have the capabilities to analyze, assess, organize, and implement basic standards and best practices. As a special education teacher in the classroom, I believe this $1.4 million allocation for consultants is an example of how the district bypasses its internal and local resources and existing staff. It is another example of spending priorities that focuses on consulting in central office work rather than spending that would directly impact our students in meaningful ways. Consultants are not necessary, but collaboration with our teachers who are experts in this field is indispensable. In August, I asked the school board if special ed teachers could be involved in making decisions. The proposed hiring of consultants feels very similar to me about the closed CSPR process. Where is the transparency for those of us who work in the classroom? I am still sitting in a special education classroom with students on the spectrum who need social skills curriculums. I am without teacher guides, without interventions. I lack funding for curriculum-based instruction, and I remain without thermal control in our classroom. Many of our special education class size exceed state-mandated caseloads. The district is literally violating state law by having too many students in a classroom and on caseloads. We need to hire more teachers, not more consultants. $1.4 million could go a long way to address these urgent needs of our students and improve student outcomes. We ask you to include us in this as we are subject matter experts and qualified to provide informed direction and input into our improvements for special ed programs. We are valuable contributors to this process, and we are qualified in identifying gaps in resources and training and make recommendations on how to distribute these funds. I am Tassadeh Messina, member of the PFT and Caucus of Working Educators. Thank you.
Madam President? Do you mind if I make a few remarks? So, action item 20 came to Finance and Facilities, and I would like to recommend that Student Achievement take a look at it, given the comments related to special ed.
I think I was very confused because I thought we missed something, because it does sound like a student achievement issue. We did not see that action item at our student achievement committee meeting. It was under finance and facilities.
Yeah, it's very much a process issue, but we can talk about it either now or when
I think
you
if we
vote.
refer it to committee,
We can
so that it can be.
Yeah, but can we
can you hear more about like what it's designed to do? Because it may not even be appropriate for the Achievement Committee.
All right.
Go ahead.
Moving mighty slow.
It's all right. I'm responding to. I apologize for the slow approach. I threw out my back this morning, so I will apologize in advance for getting back out of this chair. So a couple things. This is an array of contracts. Less than a third of it relates to the special ed work that's being done to look at how the central office works in of itself, how it communicates with schools, how the directors, how the overall approach to IEPs. We have over a $600 million spend on special education. It's no secret we don't do it as well as we could have. I mean, our comp ed alone, and we've talked at, I think, both finance and facilities and at Achievement Committee about those issues, and it's an attempt to get at those issues. There are other contracts involved in the amount of money here, which includes working on management support, working on customer service issues. They're available to all areas across Central, and it's basically the PD for Central, and everybody needs PD. I don't think that's a secret, whether classroom or not, and I'm
Excuse me,
Can we
Mr. Munson,
finish
do you have?
the report? And I'm sure board members will have questions. Can we let the report finish?
Yeah, if Mr. Munson would be allowed to finish his report, and then board members can ask.
I believe it refers to management training. I can look at how it's referred to here. But it does include all of those different areas and areas that we do need some support in. As I've mentioned, again, it's trying to work the best we can, improve our customer service, and these are an array of consultants who will hopefully help us get there.
Dr. McGinley?
I want to ask Dr. Height what the implications would be of sending this to the committee, and if the committee agrees it should move forward, or we have time to understand it, bring it back next month. What would happen if we did that?
Or can we carve out the special ed piece and approve everything else tonight?
I will tell you, it's fine if you want to delay it a month. I would rather do the whole thing, keep it together, because there is a lot of integration between the different groups and meeting different needs. So,
All right, we will then pull this from the agenda and
do we make
refer
a
it.
motion to table, or does Dr. Height just withdraw it?
Dr. Height's withdrawing it, and then we'll have it considered by the Student Achievement Committee. Thank you, Mr. Munson.
Thank you.
Take your time.
Ella Schwab, please come to the table, and I'm going to ask the next 5 speakers to make your way to the front. Sherry Michaud, Laurie Mazer, Linda Rubin, Devin Cade, and Eileen Posis. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ella Schwab, and I am a teacher and co-building rep at McClure Elementary, which was closed for 17 instructional days this winter. I want to talk today about legality and about trust as they relate to the long-standing environmental crisis in our schools. Action item 21 indicates that the district is looking to engage Ballard Spahr Law Firm for additional expertise in legal matters. Compliance with legal regulatory standards might be enough in other districts where there are true commitments to transparency and healthier budget priorities. What I see here, through the lens of my experience advocating for a safe building at McClure, is an attempt to use poorly enforced regulatory standards as a shield against staff and parent participation, and consequently as a weapon of environmental racism. The district consistently prioritizes efficiency over integrity, which compromises the quality of work done in the short term and is fiscally and ethically irresponsible in the long term. School-based staff at McClure have the knowledge of the building, which proved essential in accounting for all potential asbestos exposures, not just the exposures that the district initially deemed convenient to address in its haphazard reactive crisis protocol. Nevertheless, despite our proven expertise, the district has shut us out of meetings and repeatedly made risky gambles with the health of our staff and students. Throughout this process, staff and families at McClure have been demanding transparency and accountability from the district. In response, we've been told to lighten up and trust their experts. It's hard to trust when the wounds are so deep, when our concerns were dismissed and we were rushed back into an unsafe building. Trust is not built by saying they'll do better next time, and then when next time comes, it's the same pattern of dismissal and cover-ups. This trust will not be built overnight, but if the district wants to know how to build trust with staff and families, it would make a lot more sense to engage our counsel instead of a corporate law firm's. So, what exactly is the additional expertise that Ballard Spahr Law Firm is supposed to provide? Apparently, I missed this conversation at the Finance and Facilities meeting, which I was planning to attend until my school was about to shut down for the second time, and I had to stay there for that. So I want to know about that additional expertise. I want to know, where is the action item for humble collaboration with staff members and families to develop a trustworthy, sustainable, and scalable environmental safety plan? The district needs an honest, thorough analysis of how things have gone so wrong in the past so that they don't keep making the same mistakes as we work to move forward into a healthier future. At this point, we, school staff, families, and allies are the new environmental safety improvement plan. And our experts' demands will be heard by the public whether we are invited to collaborate with the district or not. We will keep at it, stronger and more unified as we connect from building to building. So if anyone needs a minute right now to take a breath and talk to the lawyers behind closed doors, go right ahead. But the long-term solution is to keep the door open.
Sherry Michelle.
Good evening. Over the holidays, I chatted with an English learner graduate of one of our Philadelphia high schools. She wants to be a nurse, and she was a freshman at CCP in the fall. Because she had to work many hours to support herself, and because she had been assigned to so many remedial courses due to her English skills, she has dropped out of school to work full-time. Although she had attended a high school with a health-related technology program, she was not given access to that program and graduated with a general diploma. The proposed District 1199C Nurses Aid Training Program is precisely the kind of program that this young woman needed. Programs leading to certification and guaranteed employment address the needs not only of students who plan to stay in this health-related job, but also those who want to fund their college studies in health-related careers. By the way, when reading the list of the many health-related programs in the SDP in this proposal, one wonders why we would need a health-themed charter school that would only compete with the many excellent programs already successfully serving Philadelphia students. Anyway, at the CCP Students High School, ELs arriving a ninth grade or later are assigned to the newcomer program and rarely, if ever, transition to CTE programs there or at other schools. CTE programs are often not equipped to provide adequate academic and linguistic support that these students would need to succeed, although they have the legal right to such support and to equitable access to CTE programs. In addition, admissions committees at CTE programs do not admit enough promising ELs for fear that they will fail. Eighth grade counselors do not often enough encourage ELs to apply to CTE programs. And of course, immigrant parents may not be familiar with the types of CTE programs available in Philadelphia and how their children can apply. Yet, ELs and their families express high interest in the health field or in the trades. In many ways, many ELs are ideal candidates for CTE programs, given their bilingual, bicultural competence, motivation, and work ethic. Considering the need in Philadelphia workplaces, including in the SDP for well-trained, skilled workers, I believe that we are missing out on a pool of excellent employees who could fill those needs. What needs to happen? First, the public needs to hear an update at a spring action meeting on efforts being made by the SDP to attract and fully support a more diverse body of CTE students, including ELs and students with IEPs. Counselors need to present CTE options to their 8th grade EL advisees and their families, and CTE schools need to be assured of adequate support for students who with special needs. Of course, the Laguerre consent decree needs to be enforced. Finally, interested ELs arriving in Philadelphia 9th grade or later need to be assisted in applying for CTE programs. They should not spend their 4 years in high school without equitable access to such great opportunities. Thank you.
May I make one comment? To Dr. McGinley. Dr. McGinley. So I just wanted to acknowledge, I think, the importance of this, and I know we've talked about it before and that you're fully supportive of it. It's also very timely because just today I got an email from a principal of a CTE high school who said that he's really interested in expanding and making sure there's more opportunities for English learners. So if we can at some point really kind of address this and talk about ways to make sure they're included.
We can certainly, add it on the agenda. I think we're pretty booked in terms of the next few months, but we can put it on the agenda in the future.
Ms. Rauch, you want to call the next speaker?
Yes, thank you. Lori Mazer, please come to the table. Okay, thank you. Linda Rubin, thank you.
Good evening. Item 9, contract with Drexel University, right, environmental issues. When you ask parents to put their children under your care or teachers to do their jobs each day in potentially toxic buildings, if you treat them as partners instead of afterthoughts, they will respond in kind. Trust is earned. Give them the respect and time that you'd give for even the most politically connected and media-savvy of parents. Treat them with the same attention, courtesy, and caring I've seen you give to parents and teachers who come to testify in this room. Explain the details about what's wrong and what you don't know yet for each school, honestly, as you would expect to be informed yourselves. Work with staff and community. Listen to your questions and fears and involve them in listen to their questions and fears and involve them in keeping people up to date honestly, as you finally did with SLA Franklin High School. Have someone capable to head up that responsibility do so. I don't know Dr. Arthur Frank's qualifications or experience or how else you expect him to contribute, but what I saw on the video, he's not the one to quell the fears of parents and staff or engaging them as real partners. Item 47. If this contract with 1199C and neighborhood schools with CTE programs is a result of the many comments made to this board by KHSA supporters about the value of building on existing CTE programs throughout the city, I applaud you. KHSA has shined a light on how sustainable targeted reinvestment into local schools can support the rebuilding of a community. Years-long neglect of neighborhoods and their schools has contributed to the hopelessness and anger that teens feel for their futures. We are known as a city of neighborhoods for a real reason. Our neighborhoods help define us. Their familiarity is part of teens feeling comfortable enough to try something new and difficult while feeling respected and supported in their own neighborhood. Just as the district and the mayor are exploring the benefit of community schools, including health supports in the schools, let's include this concept to expanding job learning initiatives in our neighborhood schools. With planning, we have the seeds to regrow our schools and our city, neighborhood by neighborhood. Health and Science Leadership Charter is just another attempt by business and investors who view charter schools as vehicles for expansion of their businesses. The CEO's evaluation and the soon-to-be printed APS report reveal that while the school founders may know how to write a business plan and PR campaign, they have not the knowledge or understanding of what it takes to create or run a public school. You should vote no on this charter. Thank you.
Devin Cade. Is Devin Cade here? Okay, Eileen Poses, thank you. And would the next group please come up, Christina Garay, Diane Payne, and Emily Pugliese. Thank you.
I urge the board to support the contract with 1199C. It supports district CTE programs and has impacted 4,000 students who are trained yearly. There are plenty of good local partners that deserve support, and most of these don't even drain district funds. As I have mentioned for the past year, the hospital auxiliary support program run by retired district teacher Mark Spiller for 46 years is another exemplary partnership. I hope somebody eventually will talk to him. Philadelphia Young Playwrights has a 33-year partnership with district schools which has allowed students from 1st through 12th grade to find their voices and improve their literacy skills through playwriting. For the past 16 years, History Hunters program has made history come alive for 4th and 5th grade students by visiting historic houses in Germantown. Their Dinah project will create a monument to Dinah, an enslaved woman who saved Stanton House during the Revolutionary War. This monument is one of the few monuments in the country to honor an African-American woman. The project demonstrates a model for true community engagement. Contrast these partnerships with the kind offered by PSP with HS2L, which offers money with strings attached and poaches on the exemplary CTE programs already working well in the public schools. So I say, charter time, and to give in is easy. A moratorium is what we need. KH teens want their high school supported. With partnerships growing, improvement is guaranteed. One of these mornings, you will toss out string theory. Their application is the same as last year. And you'll notice Winfield neighbors are leery. So stop, Board of Ed, say no without fear.
Christina Garay.
Sorry, wait. Oh, no.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Cristina Garay, soy madre de dos niñas que asisten a escuelas donde se encontró asbestos, Franklin Learn Center y Luis Elkin Elementary.
Good evening. My name is Cristina Garay. I'm the mother of two girls who attend schools where they found asbestos, Franklin Learning Center and Lewis Elkin Elementary.
Esto me preocupa demasiado por las consecuencias que esto pueda traerles en el futuro a su salud.
This worries me so much because of the health consequences that this could bring in the future.
Gracias por considerar aprobar $250,000 hoy para arreglar problemas de asbestos en varias escuelas, pero eso no es suficiente.
Thank you for considering approval of $250,000 today for fixing problems with asbestos in various schools, but this is not enough.
Además, me preocupa que el distrito escolar no mantenga en óptimas condiciones la escuela Luis Elkin, porque en lo que va del año escolar, mi niña se ha quejado de dolor de cabeza en horarios de escuela y ha visitado un par de veces a la enfermera.
Additionally, I worry that the school district is not maintaining optimal conditions at Lewis Elkin Elementary because over this school year, my daughter has complained about headaches during school hours and has visited the nurse a few times.
Además de que en nuestra escuela la mayoría de los niños sufren de asma y otros problemas de salud.
Also, in our school, the majority of children suffer from asthma and other health problems.
También he visto que nuestra escuela necesita mejores condiciones en el área de los baños que usan nuestras niñas.
Also, I've seen that our school needs better conditions in the bathrooms that our children use.
Necesitamos más maestros, más personal de limpieza y de seguridad.
We need more teachers, more cleaning and safety staff.
Por eso hoy vengo a pedir y exigir por el derecho que tienen todos los niños y niñas de estudiar en una escuela segura y saludable.
That is why I've come here tonight to ask for and demand the right that all boys and girls have to study in a safe and healthy school.
Tanto para los niños, maestros y todo el personal que labora en ellas. Gracias por su atención.
As much for the children as for their teachers and all the staff that work in them. Thank you for your attention.
Diane Payne.
I am beginning with a quote. Sorry. Oh, sorry. My glasses. I'm beginning with a quote from the author Ibram X. Kendi, which is appropriate as we enter Black Lives Week of Action. The quote, "All forms of racism are overt if our anti-racist eyes are open to seeing racist policy in racial inequity." End of quote. We know our toxic schools are the result of racism. But do we attempt to identify the racist policies that create and enable this ongoing health crisis? Action items 5 and 6, charter renewals for Greenwoods and Independence charter schools, are 2 of the 87 schools in many Philadelphia charter districts, creating financial harm to our neediest students. Greenwoods is a classic example of demographic manipulation, adding to the cohort of segregated schools in our district, while Independence is both evidence of demographic manipulation and achievement failure. There is no indication that the CSO report even addressed this in the recommendation to you. When you vote to renew these 2 schools, you are voting to support racist policy. Support of failing charter schools is the most expensive ticket item in the racist district policies. The continued support for charter schools by way of renewing, expanding, and heaven forbid, granting new applications in the face of achievement, organizational, and financial compliance failures becomes a racist policy. Anti-racist policy will lift up the whole and benefit the whole, not just cater to the choice of some. Viewed through the lens of the charter school sector's failure of achievement outcomes, increase of segregation, enrichment of a chosen few, and financial harm to public school students, continued support is arguably a racist policy. 2 new charter school applications will be voted on next month. I submitted written testimony with multiple reasons why the applications for HS2L and string theory should be denied. Foremost is the public health crisis in our schools. We cannot afford any new charter schools. The district has exhibited a shocking lack of leadership, transparency, accountability, and simple humanity in the face of this unfolding health crisis. When district staff are on the street due to health concerns and no one from administration or the board shows up to address them, this is a failure of leadership. Confidence and trust are non-existent. Believing you are not racist is not the same as being anti-racist, and understanding the difference is a commitment to learning. This commitment is especially important for those in power, like this board and administration. I have copies of Kendi's book for board members to share. I am not giving this with any intention of disrespect nor of presumption. This book is inspiring, motivating, and very relevant to what we do as a district. Thank you.
Emily Pugliese, please. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just to the district then. Bill has it already.
Good evening. My name is Emily Pugliese. I'm the parent of a first grader at Henry Houston Elementary in Mount Airy. I'm here to talk about action item number 9. I am horrified by the health crisis, the environmental health crisis happening in our schools, and even more importantly, the way it's being handled by the district. I have over 15 years of experience in the environmental field, so I have full knowledge of the risks posed by the contamination in our schools. We are talking about our kids, our city's futures being put at risk every single day just by going to school. Almost 2 years ago, the Inquirer released its Toxic Schools report exposing just how urgent and widespread the lead, asbestos, and mold crisis was in our schools. 2 years, and many of the schools listed in the report have yet to be remediated and made safe. I should mention that Houston, my son's school, was remediated. It was profiled in that Inquirer article. It was remediated for lead paint remediation. And I have to wonder why our school, in a wealthier and whiter section of the city, was remediated so quickly while others have yet to be touched. Instead, the district is doing things like spending $20,000 so an asbestos expert can tell us the risks of asbestos exposure or belittle those risks. That money could have been spent to create a video to teach families how to identify and report unsafe conditions in their schools. That money could have been spent to start identifying and creating open, safe school spaces for students and faculty to use if their schools need remediation efforts. In the grand scheme of things, I realize that $20,000 is not a lot of money when considering the work our schools need, but right now every dollar counts, and that money could have been used in a lot more efficient and effective ways. I completely realize this is a hard task. We realize that most of it is an inherited issue. We realize that the district has been systematically underfunded and undersupported for decades, but there are actions that the school board and the district can take to improve the current state of events. Number one, adopt the asbestos best practices put together by the Philly Healthy Schools Initiative and the Director of Environmental Science and Occupational Safety and Health for the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers. Adopt and promote the PFT's Healthy Schools Tracker app for use by teachers, school employees, students, family, and community members to report issues they identify in their schools. Number three, create a few safe school spaces throughout the district for school communities to use if their buildings need remediation work, so students don't have to continually miss school. Number four, communicate the process and procedures to handle the environmental hazards that the district is using to handle the environmental hazards to the entire school community. I really want to highlight that. I think communication is one of the biggest problems that's happening, and that could solve a lot of the issues and a lot of the mistrust that's going on. Number five, work closely with the families and school communities to build trust and create a partnership that we can all work together to help get the funds needed to clean up our schools. We need to work together to get the funds from the state into the district to solve these problems, not just put a Band-Aid onto them. But first, the district and the board need to take steps to rebuild the trust of the families, students, and teachers. Thank you.
May I ask just a quick question? It was my understanding that the Healthy Schools Tracker app is shared with the district, and the district does use that as a
It does, but it's
mechanism.
not. What I was suggesting is that the district promote it as well. So it's not just the Healthy Schools Initiative, that it's being shared, that principals are encouraged to use it, and teachers, because I know, and I know about it because I'm interested in this and I'm looking for it. But I've talked to 20 parents at our school and no one knows about it. So the district getting that information out there, the district making it a tool that they want to be used so that the parents can feel like they're involved in making a change and they're involved in these fixes. Like, we're working together. We want to work together.
Dr. Height, do you have a?
Yes, so we have communicated that to staff. Are you suggesting we communicate it to parents as well?
I think so.
Okay.
We're in the schools too.
Yep.
We're there all the time.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Thanks.
you. It's now time to discuss and vote on this month's action items. Before we begin, I want to be clear about how I'll be grouping tonight's votes. I'll pull out, first of all, item 20 has been withdrawn by the district. We're going to be considering the student expulsion items, that's action items 3 and 4 separately, as well as charter items, that's items 5 and 6 separately, and then personnel items, items 9 through 12 separately. And the items that will be voted on as a group are the following: items 1 and 2, 7, 8, and 9, and then 13 through 19, and 21 through 51. Okay, let me repeat that then. We're going to be pulling out items 3 and 4, items 5 and 6, and personnel items 10 through 12. The items that we're going to vote on as a group are the following. Items 1 and 2, 7 through 9, 13 through 19, and 21 through 51. Item 20 has been withdrawn. Board members, can I have a motion to vote on items 1 and 2, 7 through 9, 13 through 19, and 21 through 51?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Thank you. Ms. Danzy?
I'm sorry, are there any questions on any of those items? I should have asked that first. Hearing none, Ms. Rout, please call for the vote.
Okay. Ms. Danzy? Yes. Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
I am abstaining on action items 7, 8, 9, and 48, and I'm a yes for the rest.
I'm sorry. Can we go back? I thought we were. Can we revote? I thought we were voting on 1 and 2. I misunderstood.
We've had a motion and a second on items 1 through 2, 7 through 9, 13 through 19, and 21 through 51. Those are the items we're voting on.
I need to change my vote then.
Okay, so
Okay, we're going to, so we'll start again. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Ahaya Hinton? Yes. Ms. Fix Lopez?
I'm going to do yes to all except no to 9. And I will be abstaining from 48 due to my work with the University of Pennsylvania.
Thank you. Mr. Huang?
I am abstaining on action items 7, 8, 9, and 48, and am a yes on all others.
Thank you. Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. McGinley?
I'm a yes, except for action item 7. I'm abstaining on the part that relates to Temple University only.
Thank you. Dr. McIver?
I am also a no to number 9, but a yes to all the rest.
Thank you. Vice President Walker?
Yes to all.
Thank you. President Wilkerson?
I'm abstaining on 7. I'm yes with respect to the rest of the items.
Okay, I'm going to, on all items other than 7, 8, 9, and 48, the items pass unanimously. On item 7, the motion passes by a vote of 6 yes with 3 abstentions. On item 8, the motion passes by a vote of yes in favor and 1 abstention. On item 9, the motion passes by a vote of 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. And on action 48, the vote passes by a vote of 7 yes and 2 abstentions. Thank you.
Our next item for consideration is item number 3, student expulsion, TD. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Sorry, on action item 3, Ms. Danzy?
3 yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
3 yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next item to consider is item number 4, proposed student expulsion, SG. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Thank you. Ms. Danzy?
No on 4.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you. That vote passes by a vote of 8 in favor and 1 opposed. Thank you.
We'll now consider action item number 5, the application for charter renewal for Greenwoods Charter School. May I have a motion and a second to consider action item number 5?
We have an objection to that. Is there sunshine? Say we object to the board. Objection. The board is.
Excuse, can we?
We object to the board having sunshine and voting and secret on action item 5 and 6 charter renewals secret. Negotiated in secret. The items have no content and has no terms of renewal agreement. The board cannot post the items after the vote. We ask you to comply now with the Sunshine Act by reading into the record the terms of actions by the secretary.
Thank you.
Your objection will be noted in the record. Thank you.
Has it been? May I have a motion? I don't think the motion's been made.
Oh, she did it already?
You want to read this?
You want to read it?
I move to approve.
I move to approve I have to turn my thing on. I move to approve the renewal charter for Greenwoods Charter School effective July 1st, 2017.
Is there a second? Are there any questions? Ms. Rout, please call the vote.
Thank you. Board members, a motion has been made and seconded to approve the renewal charter for Greenwoods Charter School effective July 1, 2017. If you are voting in favor of that, vote yes. If you're voting to approve the renewal charter for Greenwoods Charter School effective July 1, 2017, vote yes. Otherwise, vote no. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you. The item passes.
We'll now consider action item number 6, the application for charter renewal for Independence Charter School. May I have a motion and a second to consider action item number 6?
I move to approve the renewal charter for Independence Charter School effective July 1, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions? Ms. Rout, please call the vote.
Thank you. Board members, a motion's been made and seconded to approve the renewal charter for Independence Charter School effective July 1, 2020. If you are in favor, vote yes. Otherwise, vote no. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
We will now consider action items 10 through 12, which are personnel items. May I have a motion to approve or to consider action items 10 through 12? To approve action items 10 through 12. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions? Hearing none, Ms. Rout, please call the vote.
Thank you. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
This brings us to the end of our action items. We'll now hear from speakers on general topics. As a reminder, we'll be strictly enforcing the 3-minute limit per speaker. There's an electronic prompt, blah, blah, blah. When the yellow light comes on, you will have 30 seconds to wrap up your comments. When the red light comes on, your time is up. 4 speakers will address the board on each topic and have been registered on a first-come, first-served basis. Ms. Rout, please call the next 5 speakers.
Thank you. Would Blaine Fitzgerald Stoddard please come to the table? And would the next group please come to the front? Jennifer Felix, Latasha James, Janet McHale, and Natalie Montella.
I don't think Mr. Stoddard.
Okay. Jennifer Felix? Thank you. Latasha James? Janet McHale? Okay. I'm also going to call then some more speakers to come to the front, please. Natalie Montella, Kristen Lubert, Emily Sider, and Christine Morrissey Grubb. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Height, and members of the school community. My name is Janet McHale, and I'm a parent of a junior at the academies at Roxborough High School. I'm also the home and school president and a member of the SAC. I'm here today to speak in opposition of the High School of Health Sciences Leadership Charter School. The original point of charter schools was to offer something new and innovating for students who may not do well in a traditional school setting. This proposed charter school is not offering either of those things. There are already programs for the health sciences at 12 schools in the district. Schools that include Roxborough, Randolph, Kensington Health Science, Sayre, Mastbaum, Edison, Martin Luther King, Lincoln, Overbrook, Robeson, Sayre, Southern, and Swenson Arts and Technologies. They offer programs that include biotechnology, kinesiology, dental assisting, EMT, sports medicine, health information records technology, and health-related technology. The academies at Roxborough High School's Health Science Academy received national recognition on November 11th by becoming the first school in the northeastern United States to earn Career Academy status from the National Career Academy Coalition, an honor that the school district did not acknowledge at all. In addition to being an academy high school, Roxborough is also a comprehensive high school whose students come from all over the city to attend. Do the right thing and vote no on the High School of Health Sciences Leadership Charter School and put those resources into the programs that are already in existence. And I was going to say I have a minute left. Can I find out who I would talk to find out where we are on the remediation at Roxborough?
You want to have somebody speak with?
The gentleman raising his hand over there, Ms. McCray?
And I encourage all those speaking out with charter concerns to become engaged in the lobbying effort that's going on. I think it's becoming increasingly apparent to school districts across the Commonwealth that this is a concern that threatens the very existence of traditional public education. Now more than ever, the state legislator is poised to at least listen, and they need your voices heard in Harrisburg, and I'd encourage people to become engaged. We have seen the number of school districts participating in meetings jump many times just over the course of the last couple of months as they, wrestle with what's going on. And so your voices are particularly important now, whether it's petition, reaching out to people across the Commonwealth. Now is a real opportunity to have an impact on charter schools, charter school funding, and all the deficiencies we've been talking about, creating a legislative right to consider the impact on traditional public education. So I encourage you to become very involved in this issue now.
Thank you. Natalie Montella. Is Natalie Montella here? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm here for Natalie. My name is Cristina Gutierrez, and I'm a teacher at William Lewis Elkin Elementary. This is not what I expected on a Friday afternoon after what seemed like the longest 4-day week yet this year. On Friday, the 24th of January in the afternoon, I learned that our school, Lewis Elkin Elementary, North Philadelphia, would need to undergo asbestos abatement work. As you might expect, I was immediately alarmed. Later that day, after work hours, I was notified that work on asbestos remediation would begin that same date and continue over the next weekend, over the weekend and the next 3 weeks, from 3 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. in the school's main building's boiler room. The boiler room is located on the ground floor next to the cafeteria, auditorium, and gym. That floor also houses several classrooms, including one across from a side door of the boiler room. It was also indicated that we will not have heat in the building on Monday morning upon the arrival of staff and students. The temperatures for that day were predicted to be between 46 degrees and 32 degrees Fahrenheit, which will cause the temperature inside of the building below federal law and regulation standards. This was all unacceptable. This last-minute action was not directly shared with the Elkin staff nor parents. Teachers learned of this after the school day was over and everybody had left for the weekend. However, we decided to jump into action. We communicated with the district officials via email to ask the following questions. Will proper air testing be conducted to ensure a safe working and learning condition for all? How will this information be shared with staff and parents? Will the work area around the boiler be secured entirely so the asbestos are contained in just that area? Will the work area be cleaned thoroughly each working day? What about the air quality, since work is directly connected to the heating system? Will parents be notified of this prior to Monday morning? Why was the staff not directly notified of these proceedings? In an email, I asked the district to answer our questions immediately, and we had to wait for an answer on Sunday through a letter. In the letter, it was mentioned that the process of removal was going to take on January 26th, and the repairs to the tank will be made that week. Again, the heat in the building will not be impacted, and so on. We did not trust it. We did not trust, and we asked that the air quality in our building be tested with a specific test that will assure us that we had a septic condition. Why wasn't this not provided for us?
So there were some emails going back and forth. You indicated I responded to one. Someone had sent to me. I don't think it was from you though. It was from someone else. And one of the things that was important was that was an expansion tank that needed to be replaced. The expansion tank was covered with insulation that included asbestos in the boiler room. Those areas were the boiler room was sealed. So that the insulation could be taken off and abated. That was the abatement part. Everything was confined. It is a steam tank, and it's an expansion tank. So it doesn't. Heat is not blown through that tank. And so
I do understand.
We actually spoke with the. We actually were in constant communication with the Health and Welfare Fund, with the PFT, that indicated that the building. The building, as with that area sealed off, was appropriate. At that time, we did communicate on Sunday information.
On Sunday,
to, yes,
after that work started. But can you put yourself in our place and think about how we feel about the talk of asbestos right now in our current situation? Be told to us at 3 p.m. on a Friday and have all the weekend to think about it. Am I going to a safe working condition or not?
Yes, and yes, I can. And the abatement that was happening at Elkin was to resolve an issue with that expansion tank. It was not an imminent hazard. It was to actually remove, it was an abatement project. And that abatement project occurred in a sealed area that was off limits to everyone. And I thought that's what we shared with the faculty at Elkin.
But again, the talk of asbestos in schools is very problematic, and we have kids, and the problems at Elkins are numerous. And now teachers are being penalized for protecting their communities where is your accountability for you not protecting it?
I want to thank you for your comments. Can we have our next speaker?
Kristen Lubert. And I also, just for the record, I want to make sure I was clear on two things. You can sit down, though. During executive session, if I announced charter school issues, I think I said quasi-judicial charter school matters. So just for the record, I am clarifying that so that there's no question. And on action item 9, I want to make sure I didn't miscount the vote. It was 6 yes, 2 no, 1 abstain. Just in case I had said it wrong. Thank you, and you can start. I just clarified that for the record it will be reflected in the minutes. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
There we go. Good evening. My name is Kristen Lubert. I'm a longtime Philadelphia resident, teacher, PFT member, and a member of the Caucus of Working Educators. I was actually speaking on action item 20, so I'm going to skip some things in the interest of time. God help us. And but I still want you to hear my reasons for why I think I'm very pleased that you withdrew it, but why I think it will need to be voted no on. The board should vote no on this item for 2 reasons. The district already has the expertise they say they need, and we simply cannot afford to spend one more penny to line the pockets of dubious consultants while our children and school staff sit in toxic buildings for 181 days each year. First of all, I contend the district already possesses and pays for the expertise to support and teach our students with special needs. This expertise exists in almost every one of the schools our children attend. Our teachers with special education, our paraprofessionals, our counselors, our nurses, our school psychologists, and other related service providers all know what our students with IEPs need and deserve. Furthermore, we know what we would suggest to change the flawed system we currently have. All the school-based experts named above are certainly able to train managerial staff if that is necessary. Consulting firms are not needed to improve the capacity of the district to deliver effective special education services. What is required is a leadership that truly listens to the professionals already in their employ and to the parents of the children we teach. Convene the experts you already have and listen to them. Expensive consultants are superfluous. Secondly, in this time of deep crisis in our district, it is foolish to spend money on outside firms while our own students do not have what they need. We often hear the term in loco parentis when we discuss the obligations to and our care of our students. Standing in for parents during the school days means that we want, as John Dewey said, what the best and wisest parent wants for their children. No good parent that I know ever makes sure their own needs are met before the needs of their children are taken care of. A good parent would not buy an expensive car while neglecting to feed and clothe their children. Yet that, in a real practical way, is what the district does time and again. Pay for consultants, outside contractors, office renovations, useless and ineffective programs while students go wanting. All of these things are purchased while our buildings make all of us ill. Some of our students literally go without adequate furniture in their classrooms, and many teachers, which I heard at a PD this Friday, past Friday, which was a good PD, but I had young teachers telling me they are using textbooks older than they are. Not older than their students, older than them. What I will say to you is this: not one more dime should be spent on anything that does not directly serve to help students and staff inside our school buildings. Fix our buildings and supply our students with what they need before you buy one more fancy car.
Our next speaker is Emily Sider. And after that, it'll be Christine Morrissey, Rachel Bouchon, and then Deborah Grill.
Good evening. My name is Emily Sider. I'm the school nurse at McClure Elementary School. I'm a proud member of the PFT, and I'm running for the PFT Executive Board with the Caucus of Working Educators. I am here today because I have spent the past 6 weeks pushing to hold the district accountable for the safety of my school. All of the district's inspections and walkthroughs failed to identify imminent hazards. We identified them. Every step of the way, it was us, as staff members and members of our building committee, that pointed out concerns, proposed solutions, and pushed the district to do the right thing. We pushed for the school to be closed twice to safely complete removal work. We pushed to have asbestos fully removed from common spaces. We got the district to do air quality testing in every single classroom, office, and hallway in the building. And we got commitments in writing for the last of the asbestos to be removed from the basement and attic over the summer. The district's failures caused students and staff at my school to be exposed to a known carcinogen for months, if not years, before we found the problem and forced them to address it. How many thousands of other students and staff are being exposed on a daily basis? And it's become increasingly clear that the district has no plan to systematically find and remove these hazards. Not only did the district put our community in physical harm, they also subjected them to considerable stress and trauma. Parents will be worrying years from now, every time their child gets sick, about whether or not it could be related to asbestos exposure. This kind of ambiguity of harm can be devastating, as parents have to grapple with the fact that there will be no simple answers as to the long-term effects on their children. On top of that, the district made no real effort to communicate with parents, much less include them in the decision-making process. On multiple occasions, information was actively withheld from parents, and parents' concerns were consistently belittled and dismissed. They even threatened parents with truancy when they expressed concerns about sending their children back to a potentially unsafe building. Beyond the issue of asbestos, which is a long-term hazard, our schools have many other hazards that affect our health here and now. I will likely never see a case of mesothelioma at my school, but I handle asthma and other life-threatening emergencies on a daily basis. Nearly a third of the children in my school have asthma, and it's being triggered constantly due to the mold and the mice and the roaches and all of the other environmental factors that affect indoor air quality. Many of the parents and students at my school have asked me, is it safe to be here? Will my child be safe? And I can only answer that it's safer because as a school community, we fought to make it so. We are proud to say that due to our advocacy, our school is much safer now than it was 6 weeks ago. We now have a wealth of information about our building and what we need to do to fight for our school's safety. And we will continue fighting both for our school and for every school across the district.
Would Christine Morrissey Grubb please come to the front, and I'm going to call the next group to please make your way to the front. Rachel Boschkin, Deborah Grill, Robert Nelson, Dana Carter, and Kathleen Butts. Thank you.
Hello. Last summer, my then 8-year-old daughter, Lainey, who's now 9, wrote a letter to the school district asking you to eliminate single-use plastics from Philadelphia public school lunches. She was interviewed at the climate strike by the Inquirer and was granted a meeting with your Green Futures team. There she shared resources for programs where children can work to prove the importance of these changes. We discussed the possibility of our school, Adair, becoming a proof of concept school. I'm here to ask you for your support by working with your procurement team to make district-wide changes to improve the overall quality and sustainability of our school lunches. I'm here for my daughter and my son, for all of their friends, and for all the children I watched cry at the climate strike. All of these children are inheriting a planet with catastrophic problems we as adults have created. For them, we have to make changes at the top to tackle this problem. This can be done. This can be done by installing This can be done by installing dishwashers in schools with the capacity to do so. If not, the $60 million spent on food services can be done with a vendor with the ability to bring reusable dinnerware in and out. The school district is serving over 200,000 meals a day. Most items are wrapped in plastic. Most are served with throwaway plastic utensils. This packaging is expensive, wasteful, and winding up in our landfills, rivers, lakes, and oceans. According to your waste diversion rate school reports, you have individual schools creating up to and beyond 31,000 pounds of trash per month. The environmental devastation of creating this much garbage is astronomical, but it also not cost effective to spend so much money on single-use plastics, then pay even more money to have them removed. Sustainability is the answer, and when infrastructure is in place, this will save a significant amount of money for our cash-strapped district. Our urban schools have the groundwork to be sustainable educational meccas if you decide to make the choices to take them to that level. Philadelphia has the opportunity to be leaders in our country for zero-waste lunchrooms. To be clear, I don't want to see any effort or money taken away from asbestos identification or removal. Rather, a concerted effort to make the right choices about how we spend our money and the importance of teaching science skills to a district full of children taking note and watching all of our decisions, actions, and pennies spent. If we truly want our children to understand science, our planet, and our impact, we need to make choices that support them and show that we care about the planet they are inheriting from us. I sincerely thank you for your time. You have a very difficult and complex job, and I appreciate your consideration of these imperative changes for us, our children, and our planet. Thank you.
Rachel
I know that I know that's a very long list of speakers, but is the district doing something around sustainability and this issue, or is this something that we can?
No, we have a Green Futures plan that we started some years ago, not around this issue, right? So and we could do a lot more with respect to this. Yeah. I think we answered the question. You're right.
Thank you. I asked because I appreciate this being put on our radar. There's so much on our radar, but this, I think you're right, it's critical, and so thank you.
Please call our next speaker.
Thank you. Rachel Boschkin, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Boshin, and I am a third grade teacher at McClure Elementary School, which has been and continues to be one of the great privileges of my life. I'm sure everyone in this room is aware of the struggles that McClure and so many other schools in this district have been going through with regard to our environmental safety and concerns. Every teacher knows that before we can address the academic needs of our students, we must first provide a safe classroom, a safe school, and a safe community. At McClure and other schools around the city, part of this work has included protecting our children from the very buildings we teach them in. As we all know, it is the school administration, staff, and teachers that serve as the public face and primary point of contact for our families. In one fell swoop, we lost a great deal of that trust that we've spent years fostering between the school and the community. This trust was lost because of decisions made by the School District of Philadelphia. As of today, over 600 students lost more than 15 days of school. In that time, my colleagues and I have organized, rallied, and petitioned to ensure that our school will be safe and that we don't return until it is. Just as importantly, we have maintained a constant line of communication with our families. Just as when a parent has a question about their child's homework, I have received countless texts and calls from families asking about the safety of the school and wondering whether or not their child will have a school to attend the next day. Our staff shouldered a responsibility that belongs to the district. One of the only bright spots throughout this emergency has been the opportunity to build an even stronger relationship with our families. We organized community meetings where we not only shared information in an open and transparent way, but provided a space for families to voice their concerns, discuss possible plans of action, and come together to support each other in handling the hardships of our school being closed. Our staff and family have done this work not with the support of the district, but in spite of it. All too often, communities like McClure's are without agency. Instead of empowering our families, the district has repeatedly kept them in the dark. Instead of telling us the whole truth, the district has held meetings behind closed doors. Instead of sympathizing, the district has antagonized. While I don't want to excuse the total breakdown in the district's health and safety protocols, the most glaring misstep in my eyes has been the district's complete lack of respect for the families whom we serve and turning a cold shoulder instead of offering a helping hand. It's obvious how much administrative work needs to be done to improve a failing system and processes that brought us to this point, but let's not lose the sight that this is also a failure of compassion. Nobody deserves to be treated the way our families have been treated. Moving forward, I hope that this board seriously considers not only the administrative actions that need to take place, but also considers how you might begin rebuilding the trust that has been destroyed through this process. Just as our families look to us to keep their children safe, we look to you to hold the district, the superintendent, and the city council and the mayor's office accountable for the health and welfare of our public schools. Thank you.
Second. Thanks. I want to thank Ms. Bouchon. I want to thank Ms. Bouchon for the comments. And Ms. Bouchon, the other thing I think, Bouchon, I'm sorry, Ms. Bouchon. I think that one of the things that's really important is to also acknowledge, I think you were a member of the task force that worked with the district to actually come up with protocols and next steps in terms of how to communicate. And I know I met with you guys as well and was very appreciative of the suggestions and recommendations you made to me, which I hope informed how the future meetings went in those
Can I
out
please
at the
have the
school.
microphone? They did not. The task force meeting was held at Bay. Our last meeting was literally the evening before we reopened. We were not allowed to ask any questions or make any recommendations whatsoever. The meeting started by being told that the decision had already been made.
And the meeting was for parents and to make sure parents had the opportunity to
No,
ask
not
questions.
that meeting. You're talking task force. You were talking about the town hall meeting. The town hall
Last
meeting
meeting,
and
the
the
last
task
meeting.
force is
All right.
two very different situations. And the task force meetings did not include parents and families in any sort of meaningful, respectful way whatsoever. Yes, we had parents on the task force who were ignored just as much as we were ignored and who were disrespected just as much as
But
we
I
were
wanted to make the
disrespected.
point, there were parents on the task force meeting, because I met with parents when
Yes.
I was with you all.
Yes,
Thanks.
that is true.
Hey. Thank you. We have a lot of speakers this evening. Would Deborah Grill please come to the table? Thank you.
Good evening. First, I'd like to thank you for joining 29 other school districts in calling for a moratorium on new charter schools and new charter school seats. It's long been needed, and thank you for finally joining with the group to do it. According to the revenue projections on its proposed budget and accounting for stranded costs using Research for Actions formula, the Health Sciences Leadership Charter School would cost the district over $40 million over the 5 years of its charter. For that amount of money, one would expect much from its planners. As I sat at the January 22nd hearing for this school, I was appalled at the lack of planning by the founding coalition. There were no real plans for any but the first year of the charter, and they were inadequate. It seems as if they thought they could just make things up as they go along. It was clear that the founders thought so little of the CSO, the Board of Education, and more importantly, Philadelphia students, that they did not take the time to put together a thoughtful and complete plan for their education. I was surprised that the Philadelphia School Partnership sponsored such inadequate planning. I suspect that maybe they were motivated more by their enthusiasm to acquire a new tenant for the Archdiocesan building vacated by Cristo Rey Mission School than their concern for the education of Philadelphia students. I couldn't compute the cost of the Joan Myers Brown Academy from this year's application because the budget attachment we received was sent for only 1 year. However, according to last year's application, this new charter would cost the district over $49 million. $49 million for what, I believe, is a front for yet another purchase of real estate at the taxpayer's expense. At the January 22nd application hearing, Mr. Corasaniti admitted that String Theory already has plans to set up a foundation to purchase the proposed building. String Theory is already in debt to DeMedici 1 and 2 nonprofits that it set up to buy its existing school buildings. According to other financial statements that I had looked at, they're in debt up to $130 million and will be paying it off up until 2043. In order to pay off these loans, String Theory needs to open more schools to acquire more taxpayer money. Where will it end? If it doesn't default on these existing loans, String Theory School, a private company, will have acquired valuable real estate at the taxpayer's expense. If it does default, the DeMedici corporations, indirectly owned by String Theory board members, will still be able to profit from the sale of the building, as will corporations set up to buy future buildings. Either way, the district and its students lose. So I hope that you vote no when this comes up for approval. Thank you.
Robert Nelson.
May I begin? Good evening. My name is Bob Nelson. Thank you for the honor of speaking tonight. I am in my 11th year as a school counselor at Kensington Health Sciences Academy. I remember when Tim Matheny, the CEO for the proposed Health Sciences Leadership School, came to visit our school in 2016. He had an in-depth tour and was very interested in and complimentary of our program model. When I read the proposal, I felt like I was reading a proposal from our school about our school. In other words, I did not see much new or different in the proposal. Instead of picking at the charter school proposal, I prefer to share some recent accomplishments at our school. During the last 3 years, our two principals each received the Lindback Award for exceptional leadership in leading our Health Sciences Academy. 2 years ago, at the State HOSA conference, our health sciences students were awarded 13 out of the 14 medals that came to the school district. Our school is one of the safest high schools in the city. In our region, we have the second highest attendance rate of any high school. Students like coming to our school. Our graduation rate is in the upper half of the district as a neighborhood school, and over 90% of our CTE program students graduate and go on to continue studying in higher education and health sciences. The state just completed a CTE audit of our program, and we received the highest possible rating. Each year, our community school gets better. The proposal is well written. However, we have proven success. The proposal can only talk about what they would like to do. Of particular concern, we are a neighborhood school, while the proposed charter seeks to be a citywide admit school. The marketing plan for the student recruitment ends just 3 blocks from our doorstep. Under Dr. Height's leadership, the district CTE office has carefully worked to spread CTE programs across the school district to increase equity of access to programs for all district students. This proposal does not do that, it does just the opposite. Also of particular concern is the competition for limited health sciences resources for schools in our area. It is not fair to our students that this proposal seeks to compete for opportunities our school has developed and managed for our students for many years. There's no reasonable explanation for this challenge. I am opposed to the creation of any new charter school that will draw additional resources away from our neighborhood schools. If you choose to support this application, I respectfully suggest you have them find a location with direction from the CTE program office downtown that will increase equity of student access to health sciences programs. The proposal will limit that. It may meet their business needs, but it's not well thought out from a district-wide educational perspective. I have one more sentence. I'll skip one thing, but I do want to invite you.
Dana Carter, please come to the table. I'm going to also call the next group of speakers: Kathleen Butts, Maddie Lubert, Robin Cooper, Cindy Farlino, and Don Kaufman. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dana Carter. I am a core member of Melanated Educators Collective, and I am the leader of Parents Organized for a Better School District of Philadelphia. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak first, and additionally, thank you for assigning me a point person from facilities. I had a conversation with Jim Creedon today, so I'm going to take his updates and give it directly to my parent group when I meet with them on Saturday. So I think that just having that open line of communication to communicate directly with him and give that information directly to the parents will eliminate some of this paranoia that is caused by a lack of transparency. And some of it is paranoia, but you know, it's fed in by the lack of transparency from the district. So what I'm asking for is that an asbestos protocol be created and given to parents that includes an action plan, next steps, the list of identified spaces around the city that have been identified as emergency school locations, an updated schedule of the asbestos inspections, because I know they got pushed back. So if we can make that information readily accessible to the parents, I think that will help them better plan if they know that their school is scheduled to be inspected. The transparency eliminates the paranoia, and I'm asking for the current AHERA reports to be easily accessible in every school because parents are a little bit confused as to where to find it or who has them. I'm asking that, okay, so what we all have to understand is that I speak on behalf of the students, so, you know, I don't have any sugar for my words. I need for these groups and individuals who are running for election in any capacity to stop using the parents and teachers as your props and photo ops. Because I'm going to start calling you out if you continue to do so. I look out for the best interest of the parents and the students. So I'm going to tell them what you guys are doing if you don't stop. Some of these groups and individuals, along with the missteps from McClure, along with some of the information, the misinformation from the SDP, add to the paranoia. I just want to tell the parents that absence notes will prevent truancy issues. This is a 30-year problem, and it won't be solved in 2 weeks. So we all need to be patient with this process. But I have some questions for you guys, just to, out of the $1 billion from Wolf, how much is specifically for the SDP? For the school district in Pennsylvania. And the other one is you guys are getting $25 million over the next 5 years, like $25 million a year, but I know that you control how you spend it. How can we assure that it's for the schools?
Yeah, so very quickly, so Governor Wolf has to get the $1 billion first, and they want to run it through RCAP, which would be grants specifically for schools. And so it would be a grant that we would then have to apply for in order to receive those monies for the environmental, and they can only be used for that purpose.
Okay.
And so that's on the $1 billion side.
Do you know how much you guys are going to get, though?
We don't know, but we if it's competitive, we would assume we would get a lot of it. I mean, because we will go after a lot of it. That's number one. And we have a lot of issues to address. No?
Right.
So on the 25 million, it's broken down as follows. The 15 million would be for lead stabilization. And so that's really repainting schools. You have to scrape off the lead, the peeling chip paint and reprime it and then repaint it. And then 10 million a year would be for the removal of asbestos in areas that are occupied by students and teachers, whether it's damaged or not. And so we would try to, but that will take a 5-year period. So the 25 million would be 25 million a year for 5 years.
Right. I know. I had a conversation with the mayor's office, and they told me, but they also told me that you guys were able to control how it was spent. So, but that's not the case.
We're asking for it to come just like the money came for the lead stabilization. And someone said we didn't, so we've actually stabilized the lead paint in 32 schools now. And that money could only be spent in certain school locations that we received from the state, only on lead paint. And so we couldn't spend it anywhere else. And I suspect the environmental grants that the governor was talking about yesterday would only be able to be spent on these issues.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
But that's if they happen. So go advocate to your senators and representatives.
Kathleen Butts.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kathleen Butts. I'm a school district parent and teacher. I'm here to speak again about school equity. First of all, I'd like to talk about the 3,807 students and growing who have lost significant instructional time due to asbestos contamination. There continues to be no consistency in how this is managed. Some schools have the privilege of weekly meetings with SDP and ongoing air quality testing, while others have little information and are forced to go back without adequate testing. What happened at McClure was at best an unacceptable level of incompetence and negligence, and at worst, it endangered the lives and health of staff and students. And who decided that asking parents to do things like picking their kids up at 1:30 in the afternoon was a good administrative decision? And on a side note, you just misused $20,000 for videos. We know what asbestos contamination is. We are not uninformed and ignorant. We are outraged, and we are protecting our kids. You could have used that $20,000 to create a chat room or a hotline so parents could get honest and immediate information. Those videos outrage us. The second thing I'd like to talk about is the lack of focus on special admission schools in the CSPR process. We have to ask ourselves how it is that only 17% of the students at what is supposedly the best school in the city are Black. Again, only 17%. Examine the feeder patterns. Why do several special admit schools have higher acceptance rates from predominantly white neighborhood schools and from charter schools that have an unusually high level of counselor assistance with the application process? And I know that many people are afraid to talk about this, but if these are truly citywide special admission schools, then percentages should be established so that all areas and all demographics, including special education students, are equitably represented in our citywide schools. Why is this not being discussed more in the CSPR process? And finally, we should get rid of all mandates on block scheduling. If you truly listen to teachers who you say are the experts, many would tell you that block scheduling is detrimental to students, especially special ed and English language learners, as well as students who are struggling to reach grade level in reading or math. Stop perpetuating educational injustice and conduct focus groups and establish task forces, ongoing task forces, made up of teachers, parents, and community members to truly and deeply examine the inequities within our school. The current initiatives of the board and the district are not enough to address the lasting inequities and segregation in our school district. My daughter, who was excited to go to a special admit school, said to me last night I was writing this, she said, "Why do we have to keep waiting for adults to do better?" Our kids are watching, and even they can see the inequities in Philadelphia's schools. Thank you.
Maddie Lubert. Maddie Lubert. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Height and members of the school board. I'm Maddie Lubert, an English teacher at Kensington Health Sciences Academy and a member of the Caucus of Working Educators. KHSA is a neighborhood school, which brings along with it many joys and challenges. Tonight, I want to help you understand why our neighborhood schools need more investment. In schools, January is a notoriously difficult month. The promise of winter break has come and gone. The days are short, the weather gray. January is enough to deal with on its own, but at KHSA, it has come with some extra challenges this year. In the past month, we have welcomed roughly 10 new students. In fact, I got a new student today. We are proud to welcome them, but they are put in a difficult situation when transitioning into a new environment, placed in classrooms that are already bursting at the seams and stretched very thin. Our school is already overpopulated by more than 100 students, and at any given moment, there is no office, classroom, or crevice available, meaning that serious conversations with colleagues or students may have to take place in an emergency stairwell. Access testing and speech therapy lessons have to take place in the back corner of the cafeteria or gym. There are 35 or more students in some content area classes and not enough Chromebooks or desks to go around. Despite this, our principal had to battle and reallocate funds to ensure we didn't lose a teacher to the bias leveling process at the start of the year. I count myself lucky in the school district of Philadelphia. I work in a building that's only about 30 years old. It's nearly spotless thanks to the ceaseless work of our maintenance team. On the other hand, my mom worked in a building full of environmental hazards for 2 decades and was diagnosed with asthma a year ago. My sister works in a building where asbestos was found in the air ducts, and she and her colleagues were told not to worry. So naturally, I try not to complain. However, a few weeks ago, someone told me we shouldn't stop at not poisoning our students. Yes, we need to make sure our students' physical well-being is taken care of. However, building conditions are much more than that. Learning conditions are much more than that. When our neighborhood schools are obligated to accept students at any time and responsible for a high standard of education, our system needs to support this work. It is immoral to say that we cannot possibly do more for our neighborhood school students. Instead of investing in shiny new interventions or exciting new charter proposals or non-emergent remodeling projects, we need to allocate more to our neighborhood schools and our students with the most severe needs. Invest in our neighborhood schools, improve our existing programs, show our kids that they're worth it. Thank you.
I'm announcing for the record that Board Member MacIver had to leave right before Maddie Lubert spoke, and now Robin Cooper, please. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Robin Cooper, President and Principal Officer of Teamsters Local 502, CASA. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity. Dickens begins this tale of 2 cities with a vision that human prosperity cannot be matched with human despair. He, in fact, tells about a class war between the rich and poor, of despair and suffering on one hand, and joy and hope on the other. The rich are enjoying luxurious lives, while on the other hand, the poor are struggling under the yoke of economic decline. This is about extreme opposites without any in-betweens. Currently, the district and CASA are the 2 extremes, the tale of 2 districts, the have and the have-nots. The haves, central office administrators, are given CASA principalships at will. The haves have 14 chiefs, 15 assistant superintendents, numerous deputy chiefs and executive directors, preferential treatment programs, pay for doctorate for high level, 440 executives who have no longevity in the district. They take the money, the titles, and go. Office of Students' Rights and Responsibility fail to keep us safe. Administrators are assaulted by students, and then they are returned to schools. Office of Human Resources, no accountability. For public's money, let CASA sue and we'll pay later. placing no experienced people into career advancement positions while discriminating against those with experience, thus pigeonholing them in less desirable positions against their will. Micromanaging administrators with observation quotas and PLC meetings, yet failing to address the staffing problems that impede the PLC meetings, and yet fail to address the staffing problems that impede the ability of the have-nots to tend to these menial tasks. Office renovations for yourself, but won't even provide a room with a door for CASA leadership to discuss confidential matters concerning administrators and teachers. Have-nots, no interventions for students with mental health challenges, limited budgets, don't allow for staff flexibility, no opportunity for advancement, no equity and diversity department, resulting in inequity, discrimination, and covert racism. Retaliation in most cases, removal once you assert the difficulty of running a school without the necessary supports in place. The latest asbestos crisis has us wondering why major stakeholders such as CASA were left out of the decision making. If included in the conversation, we would have informed the powers that be that we, principals and FACs, should not be charged with identifying environmental hazards. Hire environmental experts to address these issues. We could have informed you that principals should never be put in a position to reprimand their staff simply because the staff are concerned about their health. By working
Cindy Carlino.
Thank you. I'm also speaking on behalf of the Commonwealth Association of School Administrators, Local 502. I want to thank Ms. Lopez and Dr. McGinley for their opening remarks. I think we wait for people on the board to speak out how unacceptable this situation is, and we really do appreciate when you express that, have the courage to express that. I know that tonight I heard Dr. Height stress the idea that our schools are old, and I've heard that before, and of course, we know they're old. In 1989, 30 years ago when I was hired, our schools were also old. My first school, it was built in 1929, but it was not in bad condition. And it wasn't until about 10 years ago that we started cutting roofers, electricians, cleaners, plumbers. Now we're like down to bare bones. So is it any wonder that if our buildings have building materials that have asbestos and lead paint, that if we don't maintain them, they're going to get damaged if your roof leaks or water intrusion or mold. So that's why I think we're in this position, and somebody has to say we're sorry and take the blame and move forward. Of the 219 schools, 175 approximately are built with asbestos materials. And of course, we know that some of them have been identified now as having real problems, and I'm sure we're not going to be surprised, although we're horrified that there may be more. So where do we go from here? Well, the environmental safety plan that you have, put together, we are wondering why we didn't get consulted. No one in our union got consulted when you made this. And I'm in the coalition for our union for Philadelphia Healthy Schools Initiative, and we were not consulted. Therefore, it says in here that principals should walk through and identify hazards, and we know that the 3 schools that were closed, the hazards were not found in the walkthrough. They were found by staff. And so we really question why that would be part of this. The other thing about the collaboration, we know we've established for a year and a half lead paint councils. That's our model. Why can't that be expanded? That's a collaborative model where schools have councils in which parents and teachers and staff sit down with facilities people. They share data, they collaborate, they look at best practice, and finally, they create a system and a process for how to move forward. And basically, the last thing I want to say is that lack of system, that lack of process has really broken the trust for so many people because they don't know exactly what they should be looking for.
Don Kaufman. Okay, I'm calling Don Kaufman. Okay, I'm calling the next group of speakers. Mari Morales Williams, please come to the table. Vermel Macon, George Jenkins, Ishmael Jimenez, and Adam Bailey. Is there anybody from that group here? Okay, I'm calling the next group. Oh, I'm sorry. Mari Morales Williams. Okay. Mari.
Green button, yeah. Good evening. My name is Mari Morales Williams, and this fall, I am one of many veteran educators who left the Philadelphia Public High School because of the toxic school conditions created by inaction, and in particular, a low standard for low-income Black and brown children. I'm here to support the brave youth leadership of Youth United for Change, which has dedicated close to 3 years to understand the day-to-day impact that those conditions has had on the mental health of children. They spent close to 3 years creating viable solutions and immediate interventions that Dr. Haidt said could be easily implemented and actually immediately distributed throughout schools, but instead was met with radio silence and a bit of a patronizing response today, as you said that you've been working with them since the fall, but according to them, they have not heard from you or from the school board. It's a problem. Most of you don't spend the majority of your time in our school, so I wanted to share what happened to one school as we all waited for those immediate interventions to actually take place. In September, students at one school returned to a new school building that packed 200 kids and 25 staff into one floor. Half of that staff was new since the rest had left. We had a fight break out 15 minutes into the school morning. And on that same day, an 18-year-old young man walked into the school dehydrated, speaking incoherently and expressing suicidal ideation. He had been sleeping on park benches most of the summer and was too paranoid to go to class or to a shelter after being robbed and assaulted. By the end of September, we lost dozens of students, and our number of honor roll students declined by half. One previous honor roll student who had a death in the family got into the first of several altercations, one in which she punched her fist through a glass window and required medical attention. In October, a young woman was sexually assaulted on the way home from a party attended by much of the student body. By the time she returned to school the next day, a rumor mill changed details of the traumatic event and spread through the school like wildfire. She also punched her hand through a glass window out of anger. Several fights broke out over the course of the week connected to the rumors and lack of support. By November, students made their connections clear to me and other personnel. School added toxic stress to existing trauma, and numbing their pain through marijuana, drinking, or cutting were the quickest options for relief, in spite of the fact that Youth United for Change had already offered immediate solutions or at least coping mechanisms that were never handed out to the students of Philadelphia. In December, as Youth United for Change continued to wait for a response from the school district, 2 school leaders, myself included, left the school, dozens of students also left the school, and a whole lot of trust was lost. It's January. How much more unnecessary suffering will you let happen on your watch? YUC did their due diligence, and now we need to see you do yours.
Ramel Macon.
Ishmael Jimenez next?
Pardon me?
Is Ishmael Jimenez up next? I think I'll
No, Ramel Macon. You're here? Okay. George Jenkins? Okay. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just being a little overly efficient right there. Good evening. Good evening, everybody. My name is Ishmael Jimenez. I am an African-American history teacher at Kensington Kappa. I've also been a district employee for 11 years, starting first at Germantown High School before the Great Purge of 2013. When I found myself back, I was at Kensington Kappa and been there ever since. I'm also a member of the Caucus of Working Educators and running for VP of High Schools for the PFT. Also, additionally, I'm a core member of the Melanated Educators Collective and have been involved very heavily in Black Lives Matter Week. And that is a topic I want to bring up today. Black Lives Matter Week, I've really got to say, Dr. Height, I really congratulate you on a lot of the work around racial equity that you have been doing in the district. I'm very impressed when I work with the Office of Teaching and Learning, and also the work that I see Malika Brooks engaged in as a deputy officer. So I really got to applaud all that work. I guess my larger question is, City Council last year officially endorsed the week. And when we officially endorsed the week as a school district, as a school board, you're putting a stamp saying that the school district of Philadelphia supports the week that over 35 cities across the country have formally endorsed. And so when we do that, information that a lot of people have been putting grassroots work in can be put on the teacher information board. Principals can't shame teachers for wearing Black Lives Matter shirts to school. We can hold other colleagues accountable when they start saying racist things to other teachers for wearing those things to schools. And I can throw out names, but I'm a PFT member. I'm going to throw my colleagues under the bus. But this is the level of work that needs to be done. And no longer can we just play lip service and say, well, we're going to embed all this into the curriculum. A lot of people have put blood, sweat, and tears, late evenings of our own time, developing these curriculum resources, anti-racist trainings, and other type of material that we gladly give everybody for free. And all we are asking for right now is a formal endorsement from the School Board of Philadelphia saying we support Black Lives Matter Week at schools. Something that the NEA has done, something that City Council has done, and we really need to start doing that here. So I really want to thank you for your time and for staying up late, because I also have to teach tomorrow morning and I taught all day today. So thank you very much.
Adam Bailey. Thank you. And would the next group come up, please? Ariane Anstutz, Rosalind Lopez, Mama Gail Clouden, Matthew Miller, and Barbara Dowdall. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Adam Bailey. I'm a teacher at Hunter Elementary in Kensington, and I'm here to ask for the official endorsement of the Black Lives Matter Week action. So in our district, I believe it's not enough just to share and endorse the K-12 curriculum that, as Ishmael explained, has been developed by educators collaboratively across the district. I think we also must create and support an anti-racist lens in our practice to disrupt this system of systemic and interpersonal racism our students are subjected to. As many students have lifted up today from YUC, and as Madi has just shared, the district must work to meet the demand that is going across the nation of counselors, not cops. Our students need access to trained mental health professionals to help them cope with the trauma they are carrying. In a district that employs more police officers than counselors Endorsing the Black Lives Matter Week action shows the board's commitment to tangible steps to support Black students. Thank you.
Ariane Anstutz.
Good evening. I am a school counselor at Bodine High School, and I am here to support my brave, dedicated students who have been hard at work with Youth United for Change to address what is a major crisis that is facing our young people today: a lack of quality mental health supports and services and a broken school system that triggers and exacerbates students' mental health issues. According to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, 1 in 5 young people with a mental health condition have a mental health condition, and half go untreated. Students who experience mental health issues are often ostracized, misjudged, and blamed for things that are out of their control, left feeling scared, frustrated, and alone. For many of my students, the impact of common stressors and adverse childhood experiences, violence, abuse, neglect, loss, parental separation, food and shelter insecurity, growing up in an under-resourced or racially segregated neighborhood, or in a household with substance misuse, has a lasting negative effect on their mental health, well-being, and opportunity. These experiences can cause toxic, prolonged stress that can change brain development and affect a student's ability to learn, focus, make responsible decisions, form healthy relationships, and respond to stress in productive, positive ways. Yearning for a sense of belonging, relief, or control, my students often withdraw or turn to self-destructive behaviors such as self-harm, abusing drugs and alcohol, cutting school, or worse, contemplate taking their own lives so they can escape this hopeless feeling that there is something wrong with them. Creating and sustaining a stable, nurturing environment for students can prevent or offset mental health issues and help them reach their full potential. Ideally, our schools would be sanctuaries, places where students can safely and confidently learn, grow, and develop as unique and celebrated individuals, places that support, protect, and promote positive mental health for every student. And yet in our world, increasing the number of police officers and lowering the passing grades so we can celebrate our rising graduation rates takes precedence, while we continue to lose valuable programs and resources and watch as our unhealthy buildings crumble. The messages that our students receive and internalize are clear. You're dangerous. You're not capable. You don't deserve a healthy learning environment. We don't believe in you. How can we expect students to thrive when their basic needs aren't being met and school has become yet another adverse childhood experience? I love my job and strive to create a caring environment for my students. I am grateful to work with these remarkable young people every day, and I feel like I am failing them. I'm doing my best to support the diverse academic, social, and emotional needs of hundreds of students, but it is next to impossible not to feel as though I am constantly letting someone down, not doing enough, or neglecting a child in desperate need of help. There's always a line of students at my door, and it shatters me to look a student in the eye and tell them that I don't have time to listen or talk to them after hearing them say, "But Mrs. A, you're the only person I feel comfortable talking to, and you're always busy." It devastates me when I refer a student to counseling through our student assistance program or to a crisis center, only to find them back in my office because they never made it to their appointment due to the many barriers that they face or because they had a traumatizing experience. District employees have told me to my face that magnet schools don't need the same supports and services as our neighborhood schools. This is false. My students come from those very same neighborhoods and experience the same challenges. They deserve to feel like a priority. They deserve a safe and engaging space to earn a high-quality education. This is a basic human right. Our students see and feel the impact of these issues. My students request for you to implement new mental health interventions to support school staff, to maintain transparent about your actions, and to hold yourselves accountable while acknowledging that you can and have to do better are absolutely reasonable. Show them that their advocacy matters, that they matter. Let's remove barriers, not create more. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosalind Lopez.
Good evening. First, I want to thank all the McClure teachers here tonight for blowing the whistle on what's going on with the asbestos. I really appreciate their communication with the parents, with us, the parents, because the district lacks it. As far as the asbestos goes, I'm changing my testimony a little bit. The story started with SLA and Benjamin Franklin. If it wasn't for them, if it wasn't for that happening, none of this would be happening now. It wouldn't be addressed. We, the parents and caregivers of students of McClure Elementary, signed a petition with our demands. Our demands included our children be relocated while the asbestos was remediated, Every elected official that has to do with McClure received a copy of this petition. I'm sure that you guys have as well. We would not be here today if the asbestos and other toxins have been remediated when Dr. Hyde and the rest of the administration received reports of dangerous asbestos and lead dust back in 2015 by their independent contractors. A second opportunity came in 2018 when the Philadelphia Inquirer released their report of their research called Toxic Cities, Toxic Schools. The consequences of lack of response is you fail to see that not only do you jeopardize the health and safety of the staff, the children, but you also jeopardize the health and safety of all the partners who work with these schools, such as City Year, Playworks, and universities that come and assist with whatever they do. You already have the PFT suing you for jeopardizing the health and safety. Next, it will be us, the parents, in the class action suit if you don't remediate the asbestos and other toxins in all public schools beginning in North Philadelphia. Let's not do just the suburbs and allocate more for the suburbs. Disturbing the asbestos while school is in session, as you had tried to do in both Lewis Elkin Elementary and Olney Elementary, is completely unacceptable. You cannot guarantee the quality of the air will be free of contaminants when our children, your staff, and partners come to the building. The work is best to be done in the summer when the kids are out. To start now, the following is recommended. That children be relocated to a safe environment, or provide them with laptops or internet access to work from home, or provide portables to be located near or on the school grounds so that the teachers and the students can learn. And I also want to ask a question: how the hell is the community and is responsible or at fault for the asbestos in the schools? You opened that in the meeting. I want to know, how the hell is that possible? How is it our fault that the asbestos happened?
Mama Gail. Matthew Miller.
Good evening. I just want to acknowledge that this is a sacred space in the sense that people are sharing from their deepest heartfelt things, what they have seen, what they have heard. And when we speak on reality, it does something for us. We know that we're not the only person seeing what we see and feeling what we feel. I love history. I love looking at public education in the United States. I love knowing that this is seeing things that we're discussing here being discussed about in the 90s, in the 80s, when President Obama was working in Chicago. These were the kinds of things that, in the 80s, these were the kind of things that were being discussed then. So I just want to look at two pieces of literature that I was able to read recently. One is from the Harvard School of Educational, District Leadership, and Philadelphia was a case study in there in terms of how we've done as a district from the 80s onward. And then another piece of literature was from UPenn, Professor Ingersoll, discussed studies from the 90s on teachers' work, and it really questioned what teacher satisfaction looked like in the 90s. So he actually used schools in Philadelphia to do this case study, and he integrated it with national work. So I just want to encourage us to look at a bigger picture as we feel so intense in the moment for things that are right in our face. I just want to appreciate, and I don't mean this in a condescending way in any ways, but the district really stands between us and Harrisburg, and Harrisburg is, vested by the Constitution to, discharge the duties of education in the state of Pennsylvania. And then we look nationally. Education nationally is a very, very underserved, it's underrated. Teachers do not have community respect, and we are a country that struggles with this thing. And so we really have to place these city issues in a nationwide context. And so I just want to leave with a piece from Mr. Ingersoll's work. What I drew from his studies was that national government has the power to empower state government, which has the power to empower local districts, which has the power to empower local schools and local teachers, who have the power to empower teachers, who then have the power to empower students. And so this work here we're doing for free of empowering ourselves, but we look forward to a different kind of day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I'm familiar with Ingersoll's work, and it does continue. And so thanks for bringing that back as a reminder. Also, members of this board and members of the administration are very involved in trying to make sure the state understands their obligations, and we're cooperative with the fair funding lawsuit. And some of us have had a role in that to date and expect to continue to do so. Thanks for reminding us of those studies.
Thank you. Barbara Dowdall, please. And with the next group, make your way to the front. Bernard Johnson, Leah Clouden, Tessa Murphy-Nitkin, Monica Bunton, and Susan Lowe.
Not out of laziness, but I requested that a member of my congregation, the Unitarian Society of Germantown, Walt Siglowski, Professor Emeritus from the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, retired, currently age 87, write my remarks or write a letter to you about libraries and certified teacher librarians. Walter speaking. I believe that an actively supported and staffed library is a crucial component in the process of appropriately educating our youth to prepare them adequately for the current and future demands of a globally competitive, technologically competent world. My own early experience with a public school library began over 50 years ago. In those days, my library consisted of shelf on shelf of books and a very educated librarian. The books were a wondrous source of pictures, stories, and information. The librarian skillfully guided my interests and helped me to utilize the full extent of the resources available at that time. In large part, my early experiences in my school library helped to stimulate and guide me in the acquisition of information and knowledge for the rest of my life. Today's school libraries should provide the wide array of contemporary information services available. The evolution of the school library and school librarians has been extraordinary. The explosive increase in information available on the internet and the proliferation of sites containing information can be overwhelming, and some may be inaccurate or even misleading. This indicates, in addition to the physical plant, that highly competent, educated, and motivated certified teacher librarians are the most crucial component of the contemporary public school education process. The education, training, and experience of contemporary librarians are integral components of any effective teaching and learning in today's schools. My understanding is that library services in the Philadelphia public school system have been woefully undersupported, even eliminated. In my view, the absence of library services represents a form of theft. Theft of opportunities for Philadelphia youth. Theft of their opportunities for personal growth, theft of grounding for good employment opportunities. Support for restoration and implementation of necessary library services is essential. Walt and his wife Carol have been donating magazines to Philadelphia schools for 5 years, and that's why he's qualified to note on this. I would note that I'm sorry that some of you missed the rally for school librarians here in front of steps last Friday. And I note that not Masterman, Central, Penn Alexander, Cheltenham, Lower Merion, Radnor, Council Rock, nor Pennsylvania prisons have relinquished their valuable librarians. Let's start restoring them, please.
Bernard Johnson, Leah Clouden, Tessa Murphy-Nitkin. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tessa Murphy-Nitkin, and I am proud to be speaking on behalf of my colleagues tonight. As teachers and staff of Lewis Elkin Elementary School, we are dedicated to not only the academic growth of our students, but to their overall well-being, both mental, emotional, and physical. For For the past several months, we have been communicating with district staff about environmental concerns in our building. Thus far, many of our issues have been left unaddressed, been marked as complete, or our work orders have been marked as complete, but the work was either not done or not left completed. As teaching professionals, we are willing to make many sacrifices for our students: time, energy, hearts, and souls. We are not, however, willing to sacrifice our health or to ask our students and parents to sacrifice theirs. As such, we took a stand on Monday, January 27th, demanding that the current asbestos abatement and TEM testing be completed in a timely manner before students and staff entered the building, so we could get back to doing what we do best, teaching our children, and to do so in a healthy and safe teaching and learning environment. However, our concerns do not end there. Foremost on our minds are the numerous broken floor tiles throughout our building. A letter from the Office of Environmental Management and Services shared with parents on January 27th indicated that testing of damaged tiles revealed 8 different locations with confirmed asbestos. These areas need to be tested immediately for air quality and during the school day while students are walking over them and particles are being disturbed, not after the school day is over and particles have settled. We also demand that our environmental concerns be addressed. You have received a complete list, but it includes even heating throughout the building. For example, some areas have tested at 117 degrees Fahrenheit, while classroom 204A came in at 45 degrees. All damaged floor and ceiling tiles need to be repaired and or replaced. Air filters need to be replaced. I've heard that they are older than I am. Rodent and insect control. All classrooms need working doorknobs and locks so that doors can be closed securely, especially in case of emergency. All broken window glass replaced. Abate known asbestos locations, air quality testing to ensure that once asbestos is abated, that the school is safe for staff and students. All test results, including TEM and testing of asbestos on tiles and other areas, shared with staff in writing and in a timely manner. Federally required routine asbestos inspections shared with staff and community members in writing with a plan for abating issues that are identified. Commitment to filling work orders in a timely manner and accountability to ensure that they are completed correctly and fully. Thank you for your time.
Monica Bunton. Monica Bunton.
Good evening. My name is Monica Bunton. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Lewis Elkin Elementary School. I'm here today to continue the discussion about health and safety concerns at my school. As you just heard, these concerns are not new. These concerns have been communicated to the district by teachers, other staff, and our principal. In addition to the list that was just read out, we just found out that there is sewage coming up in the sink in our art room in the basement. These issues have been communicated with the district for this past several months and even years. On Friday afternoon, when we found out that the district had finally decided to abate one of the many areas of asbestos, many of us were relieved, but also worried. Worried because this is a scenario that has played out many times over for decades and this year in countless schools across the district. Also worried because it was communicated to us at the end of the day on a Friday. The district knew over the weekend and going into Monday that we would be concerned, that we would be apprehensive about walking into a building they could not guarantee was safe for the staff, students, and families of Elkin. And they were concerned too. Posted substitute positions using Kelly Services over the weekend with a $50 bonus. By Monday, that was raised to $75 for Tuesday. They lied to those subs about why they were needed at our school. And then on Monday morning, they called in staff from 440. All of this, even though not a single teacher had called out sick. Meanwhile, I lost my prep today. I'm still here. I lost my prep today. I did not have my break. Not the only one that lost my prep today, this week, this month. It's a regular occurrence that we can not get enough subs to cover us when we are sick. And yet, on a day when we all showed up wanting to work, willing to work, offering to work in the little schoolhouse, where there's no asbestos, plenty of subs and other district staff appeared. Knowing these concerns and knowing that preliminary tests in other district schools have failed to accurately measure the air quality in areas where asbestos had been abated, the district should have taken the correct, responsible, and safe step of shutting down school on Monday, at least until they received the results of the TEMS test and could guarantee the quality of the air in the area. If you truly meant what you said about being concerned about our health, the staff and the students, and that's what you would have done. As teaching professionals, part of our commitment includes a commitment to keeping our students safe. As a district, we expect the same from you, a commitment to keeping your students and staff safe. The district has failed in this for decades to tragic consequences. We as teachers and other staff refuse to do the same.
Susan Lowe. Susan Lowe, and with the next.
Speaker, this is Wayne Walker. Before you get up, did I hear you say that sewage was coming in the art classrooms and the district had been notified and it persisted?
Yes, that's what the testimony was.
Can the district speak to that?
Yes, we heard that too, Board Member Walker, and we have staff who are checking on that right. Well, we have sent some communication for staff to check on that right now. You said it was in the art room?
It's a multi-purpose room in our basement.
The multi-purpose room in the basement.
I can't hear the speaker. Her microphone is off.
Yeah, yes, they said it was in a multi-purpose room in the basement.
It's in room B01 in the basement. It's a multi-purpose room.
We'll update you, Mr. Walker.
Okay, and before Susan Lowe begins to speak, if I could just ask that the next group come up to the front. Herman Douglas, Tamara Anderson, Kelsey Dietrich, Tanya Ba, and Honey Paulus Bodine.
Hello, good evening. I'll a little bit. Can you hear me? I'm going to kind of a little bit of just abbreviate it and for the sake of time, but I want the kings and queens and the student body of the Martin Luther King High School in Philadelphia to have a voice with this charter school proposal. So I come to you to consider investing the resources necessary in Martin Luther King High School, just as you would of the proposed charter school that would be 2 miles away, that would only serve a fraction of the student population in Philadelphia. As I read the executive summary to the charter school proposal, I was impressed with the plan of assisting families with closing gaps in social determinant disparities with wraparound social services and continual support. My background's in private Medicaid services, so I was very impressed with that. It's already being done under Medicaid in the Commonwealth. However, I was discouraged to learn that Martin Luther King High School lacked these same acutely needed resources. Martin Luther King High is situated in a very, very large facility that can provide an equal amount of service using a family-centered approach, not just a student-centered approach, because you can treat the student with mental health services, but they're going back into that same situation. Is it a family situation that's causing the issues? So a family-centered approach to resolve many of the social and informational gaps that are experienced by the family of the students. Why not provide needed, if needed, GED classes for parents on site at the school? Why not provide daycare services for working parents? It may be more convenient for them to pick up the child at the high school, in one of the unused portions of the high school. Why not provide parental guardian support groups on site? Why not provide a community resource center with social workers on site to identify families that are in crisis? This can provide much needed services to the families. It will manifest an improved relationship between the school and in the community that we already serve. Is this a streamlined, easy approach? No, but it's a start. Data may be needed to ensure long-term success. However, the student body at Martin Luther King High School, they're worth it. As Dr. King has stated, if you can fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk,
Herman Douglas.
Good evening, President Wilkinson and members of the School Board of Philadelphia and Dr. Height. My name is Herman Douglas, and I love teaching at Mary McLeod Bethune, where our philosophy is enter to serve and depart to learn. The bottom line is this: I've been involved with the Caucus of Working Educators and Melanated Educators Collective, and I love the work that we're doing there. But I'm here to actually talk about removing some barriers. Like, for instance, we work with Temple Phases, and they've been able to come into our classroom and to help us to deal with trauma-informed practices, but they also have counselors that they love to bring inside of our school also, but they can't because of a liability issue between going through with the school district of Philadelphia, trying to get that together. The next thing I'd like for you to talk about is the aspect of fully endorsing Black Lives Matter Week of Action for 2020, because you gave a soft endorsement last year. We would love for you to endorse it this year. The next thing I would like to talk to was about some of the trauma that Mary McLeod Bethune has been going through. For example, within the last 4 years, we had 6 former students die because of gun violence. Moreover, this summer while I was teaching at Temple with a summer program for our students in conjunction with Bethune, a student came to me and was like, Mr. Douglas, I just would like to let you to know that my sister is 7 months pregnant, and the father of her child was just shot yesterday, and he was critically injured, and he died within the next week or so. 2 weeks ago, a student walked into my classroom and said, Mr. Douglas, can you please call my mom, because the cops raided our property, guns drawn, with 2 students within my classroom, a fifth grader and then a 7th grader that I currently teach, and they were very upset about that. We currently don't have the counselors there to actually provide the necessary therapy to our students. So what I'm asking for is what Frederick Douglass said to us a long time ago. It's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. So the call of action is, once again, will you endorse Black Lives Matter 2020?
I mean, well, I can give you my perspective on this. What I'm more I support the goals of Black Lives Matter. I think that for me, what we need is a more fundamental overhaul to the curriculum, and would prefer to address it as a policy matter for the board, directing the superintendent to come up with the appropriate curriculum that deals with the issues raised by Black Lives Matter or the issues represented and raised by any number of groups in the city. I think it's an appropriate policy matter for the board. You know, that's my position, but we would have to discuss it as a board. I think that there are any number, well, anyway.
May I have 10 more seconds?
Sure.
There's one thing that we're doing with that Mary McLeod Bethune. Can you help us to alleviate the red tape to allow Temple University's Phases program to come in to actually help facilitate trauma-informed practices and have their counselors come in, because they said they would actually fund that, but they just would not want to take on the liability.
Yeah, who's the contact that you...
I can get all that information to you, sir.
I know who it is.
And I'd just like to advocate that we do, as a board, discuss this, the endorsement of Black Lives Matter, especially with the campaign of, we're really trying to recruit, right, teachers of color, and we have made big initiatives on that. We've really been talking about equity, and I just think it's important that, at the very least, we have a very robust conversation about it.
I don't see any reason why we shouldn't. I mean, I don't get the downside of endorsing it, but I'm open to having the conversation, certainly.
One more thing is, as a teacher that's been doing this for over 20 years now, it becomes extremely cumbersome when we have a lot of paperwork to actually get the services that we need for our students. Could we streamline the process to maybe utilize Sims for everything to just be in one place? Hit a button when a student enrolls into our school, automatically they're enrolled instead of going through this cumbersome process.
Yeah, so we're actually, right, just keep asking that. So we're actually implementing a new enterprise management system now that will do more of what you just described. It's called an ERP system, and it will allow a lot of the things that you have to do by paper now to be automated. And we will work on that other issue because I do appreciate what you and your colleagues are doing at Bethune.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you for the support that you give to all of those young people there.
Thank you. Peace and blessings to all of you.
Indeed.
Tamara Anderson. Tamara Anderson. Okay. Kelsey Dietrich.
Hello, everyone. I'm a special education teacher at Franklin Learning Center. I came here, I have all this stuff really written to say, but just kind of just shorten it. Franklin Learning Center, we've been told there is 60 years worth of dust in our ventilation system. The building was built in 1908. Really, that means it hasn't been cleaned since those vents were installed. I go home with a sore throat. I sit in my building and get random hives on my face from what I assume must be dust mites. We have only verbally been told that summer school is going to be moved and that these vents are going to be cleaned this summer. We would like that in writing as a guarantee that we are going to have that done. So that way when we come back in September, we can breathe clean air and we don't need to worry about what's going on and what's getting into our lungs. Can you guarantee that this can be written and promised?
Yes, and we'll get it to you in writing.
Thank you so much. I would also like to speak about special education funding real quick.
Yep.
We have all of these contracts that you guys just approved. We just approved a community school or community college contract with a community college that is across the state. My mom was raised in Butler County. That's mainly agricultural state or county. So I kind of see a little weirdness there, but to move on. As an itinerant high school teacher, I doubt I'm going to see any product of this money for what I do. We already don't receive any interventions that support my students' growth in the regular education classrooms. Myself and my SEL, or whatever that title is these days, are the only two special education teachers for over 60 students that are in dozens of classrooms at the same time. We have never received support or training on how to balance all of this and the SEL duties, which, although I'm not the SEL, I do support his paperwork just so we can actually spend time with our students and support them in completing their goals. Additionally, when I've asked around with the general education staff at my school, they can't remember when the last time was that they got special education training from the district on how to manage these classrooms, these kids in their classrooms. They've gone from being in inclusive, separated classrooms to now in their rooms. I can only support 3 rooms a day. So, and that's math. And that's Algebra 1 and Algebra 2. And now I need to tell my geometry and pre-calc kids that they're on their own. So we need the funding for this. We need professional development on special education in order to make this work. Can this please be discussed as a board and how we can get this back into our schools and to support our general education teachers?
So we have, I was looking at our chief of academic supports because this came up as a part of a review of practices, particularly around special education with children with IEPs. And so we actually begun to already put in process a plan to provide training for individuals on working with children.
Great.
I mean, as we also build and write a new curriculum that is
necessary.
That is appropriate for everybody.
Yes.
But by the same token, this is an issue that we actually have to solve.
Yes.
Because if we don't, then those young people will not have access to grade level material or
Right.
standards. And
Right.
so, yes.
One other thing to bring up too, special education teachers received an email this week for training for PD. It's a 2-day training on writing measurable IEP goals and objectives that will like suit the lawsuits, like avoid all those kinds of things, be totally legal. However, we need to pay for it. I realize that this is only like a $10 registration, but we have all of this money going to consultants, to random contracts throughout the country, and we need to pay to learn how to write legally sound IEPs. That doesn't
Are
sound
we charging
right.
you for? We're not charging you to do that, right? Yeah.
Would you like this?
Are we charging you to do that?
It says a $10 registration, non-refundable.
Okay.
It's $10,
Can I see
but
that, please? Thanks.
absolutely, sir, you can.
If we could have the next speaker, please.
See that lady standing up right there? If you could talk to her too, please.
Tanya Ba. Honey Polis Bodine. Oh.
Oh, the PFT is charging. You fell for the okey doke.
I guess it's me. Okay. Sorry, I have no idea what's going on. Good evening. My name is Honey Polis Bodine. I proudly teach medical assisting at FLC. We're the only medical assisting program in the city of Philadelphia, and we're a fantastic program. I'm here.
And you do very well too, by the way. Thank you.
We love it. My students are, you saw them earlier today. I mean, that's our music program. I was here to ask for a written timeline to be communicated to FLC in writing, to make sure that they're going to clean our air ducts this summer. Thank you so much for your willingness to do that. I am going to do one more ask, and then I'm going to get really serious about why it's really important to do this, and that is we really need an air quality testing to occur because we're having significant issues. And I'm a nurse, so I'm going to digress for a second. Here's why. We need an air quality testing. In the month of July 1976, a mysterious epidemic occurred in the Bellevue, Stratford. More than 100 Legionnaires became sick attending a conference. It's an old hotel, old buildings. More than 24 people died. The bacteria lives in ventilation of large buildings, old buildings in particular, and it can be prevented by proper maintenance of the air ducts. FLC is not the Bellevue, but we are an old building, and we could be the Bellevue. Fast forward to December 2019 at FLC, and the school suddenly closed for immediate remediation of asbestos. We are grateful for the district's initiative regarding this air quality danger. The asbestos found in the ventilation was remediated. Other sorely needed work was completed as well, and they're continuing to do work. We love it, and we're really grateful for it. I know there's lots of more work to do. We have been concerned for air quality since the 90s. We had a walkout 30 years ago about asbestos. They were going to give us a new building. We've been complaining about health issues for years, staff health issues. Imagine if we incorporated students. So we did a poll. I'm a nurse, so I ask. I did a Google poll. 29% of our staff said they had worsening asthma. 43% had worsening allergies. 29% said they had onset of asthma at FLC. 33% said they had allergies that began at FLC. If we tested the students, it would be worse. According to the World Health Organization, children are particularly vulnerable for the effects of air pollution because they breathe more rapidly and absorb more pollutants. We have health issues. We need your help. We're asking, please, please do air quality testing. We feel that the trust has been eroded. The trust has been eroded. In order to gain that trust back, we ask for you to work with us. Thank you.
Cecilia Thompson, please come to the front. And then the next two speakers are Antoine Little and Eliza Gottlieb, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to shorten this a little bit. Last week I attended my name is Cecilia Thompson. Last week I attended the Comprehensive School Planning Review at Overbrook High School. Ms. Wyatt was nice enough to let me know that they were looking for families. But before I even put that out, I usually like to see for myself what was going on. Ms. Hinton and Ms. McGyver, board members McGyver and Hinton attended as well. My plan was to just listen and observe, but two things came up that really disturbed me. One was they were suspending a survey for families because they said they couldn't locate families. And the second was this thing about special ed interfering with the building utilization. Now for me, this happened before Dr. Height came and many of you on the board. And when it happened the last time, those schools that were closed, the general ed families blamed the special ed families because they thought that their school closed because of them. So one, the young lady that was heading that initiative, she did catch me in the back, so I'm going to give her some suggestions on who to reach out to. I did ask her if she reached out to the FACE office, and she said they weren't successful. And to me, the FACE office should be the first line of communication to get families out there. So I am going to work with her. But the thing with special ed, I mean, for us families whose children require that intense level of support is not an underutilization of the building. It's a correct utilization of the building, and that we think, number one. Number two, when it comes to the ELL students, they also need a smaller setting to get what they need. So since this is district initiative, I tried to look to see if there was any law or anything that said to the contrary. Can we please just take that off the table? If the school, people aren't going to the school, that's one thing, and address that. But let's not use the ELL and the special ed classrooms that are much needed for this population. Because trust me, no teacher wants 20 16-year-olds living on the spectrum, entering puberty. If one have a meltdown, that's a problem. They just want the 8, and that's it. And you can't fit 20 wheelchairs if it's MDS services in the classroom, because the classroom's not big enough for that. So thank you for hearing me. I appreciate the opportunity to present and speak this evening. Thank you.
Antoine Little. I'm sorry. Sorry. Eliezer Gottlieb.
My name is Eliezer Gottlieb, and I am a 4th grade teacher at Lewis Elkin Elementary School. I'm the building rep and a member of the Working Educators Caucus. Last winter, our staff went through a paint and plaster remediation to damaged lead paint, where entire wings of classroom were sealed off, and we had to relocate our classrooms for a week at a time while the work was done. We were concerned, we asked questions, but we did our part to make the process smooth as possible. We kept on teaching. When they accidentally painted our cafeteria with oil-based paint, we were upset, outraged, and concerned, but we accommodated them as we kept our students out of the cafeteria as they aired out the stifling fumes with fans. We came to school, we assured parents and students it was okay, we kept on teaching. 2 weeks ago, when we were told not to enter our classrooms during the school day, when workers with masks came to vacuum our vents and replace filters that showed dates from 1995, we were wary, but we followed protocol and we went right on teaching. When we left school on Friday, we were told that the pipes to our boiler were leaking and that asbestos insulation was being removed. We were not okay, especially after what happened at FLC, McClure, and Pierce. We did not get answers about TEM laboratory tests that were satisfactory. Dr. Height was the only school district representative to write me back on Sunday night. But even Dr. Height did not have the answer to my questions about those laboratory tests before school was open Monday morning. When we stood outside with parents, we could no longer accept it is what it is. At that point, it was enough is enough. When parents were dropping their children off and heard what was going on, many had no clue what was going on and turned around and took their children home. The rollout of this abatement was hasty and poorly communicated, and no chances should have been taken with our health and the health of our students. Our school should have been closed until those laboratory test results had been verified and shared to ensure that our school was safe. All of us who stood together on Monday have received our F-61s, a day without pay. But I want you to know that we came to school early, as many of us usually do. When we saw the low attendance and early dismissals, we offered to go teach in a little schoolhouse building. We stayed outside in the cold, demanding the results, making sure those tests were done until 3:09, a full workday. I just wish that you had prioritized the health and well-being of our students as much as we did. Thank you.
Mrs. Ann? This brings us to the end of our speakers. I want to thank everybody who has come to address the board today. On behalf of the board, I'd like to invite you to next month's committee meetings. The Finance and Facilities Committee meeting will be held on February 20th at 3, and our Student Achievement Committee meeting will be held on February 20th at 5. Both meetings will take place in the boardroom downstairs. Our next action meeting will take place on Thursday, February 27th at 5 p.m. I now move to adjourn the meeting of the Board of Education. Do I have a second? All those in favor say yes. Yes. Thank you. The Board of Education action meeting is adjourned.
Could the Finance and
Thank you.